Order, please. Can I please welcome you to the councillors, staff, members of the public, submitters, to where to from here concerning Lake Camp Clearwater. Now, I'm very pleased the way that the staff have offered us to follow a procedure here, because this is the first for this council in this term to, yes, Deputy Mayor? Can I continue to introduce, please? Thank you. This is a first for this council in this term because we have no draft plan in front of us. What we have is a topic that we have discussed and the community has discussed at length over Lake Camp and Clearwater. So this hearing actually will lead in to the draft development plan. And that's why I asked Tony to send out the overheads and to give you what I consider a way forward. So if, when we're discussing it in workshop this afternoon, you can quote from any submitter, use any submitter that you wish to promote your case, but at the end of the day, we are looking at a broad brush decision on the topics that will be covered in the plan that will then come back to council as a draft, then go out for consultation to key stakeholders and whoever we decide to send it to. So this is right at the start of the process. We're involving the public, and I'm very pleased that we're doing this for this subject, Clearwater and Camp. So the first submitter up, councillors, is Debs Martin, and welcome, Debs. You're on. Hello, how are you?
Good morning, councillors, and thanks for welcoming me into this virtual space. I hope I'm able to be heard clearly. I'm actually working at the moment on the West Coast, so welcome from the sunny West Coast. I have our family, my submissions are on page 247 to 250 of volume 1. Our family have had a batch at Ashburt at Lake Camp, Lake Clearwater since since I was 4 years old, 52 years ago, so you can do the maths on that one. We were a farming family in mid-Canterbury at the time, and it was a very accessible holiday place for us to be able to go and then still manage to get home and you know, do what you need to do in terms of the summer farming chores. It's been a very special place in our family's heart for a long time, and over those years many generations of our family have used it and continue to use it, with new generations coming on all of the time. My background personally, I have a master's in geography, and my research, part of my research was actually on the Clearwater Basin, in particular the geomorphology of it, or the formation of it in, as a landscape that very clearly evidences the glacial history of that place. Not only with the moraines on the lines you can visibly see across the hillsides, but also in terms of the numerous lakes and kettle holes and tarns and the large lakes themselves. We have a small 2-room batch. When we first bought it, a small 2-room batch with 1 cold water tap and a long drop toilet. We still have a small 2-room batch, 1 cold water tap, but we installed a contained toilet back in about 2003. My history, I've been involved with the Hut Holders Association over the years and have been a really strong advocate for a lot of the improvements that have happened, and have really valued the work that the Hut Holders Association have done over the years to look after that place. I remember when we used to have the dump, which was a hole in the ground, and you'd lift the lid and the rats would run out. Well, we don't have that now, but we do still have waste problems. I remember when there was only a very few shelter belt trees around Lake Camp. And I also remember being in one of the very first wild and conifer cleanup efforts to start the work to clean up the wild and conifers. And my partner and I still roam at large across the landscape, removing wild and conifers, some as far as up to 4 kilometres away from where those original trees were planted. So over the time, I think things have got better. I think the community have done quite a bit of work in terms of tidying up the long drops. The wetland that is at the base of Mount Possession Street, I was very involved in the early days of pulling willows out of there and the planting plan and fencing it off, and it's really good to see the natural regeneration that's starting to occur in that area as the any rank grasses are removed. Really good to see things like the cattle being removed out of the wetland at the head of the lake as a result of tenure review, and the improved land tenure to allow for conservation and recreation in a very, very beautiful and important geological landscape. And the tracks that have occurred and the work that's going into that has been really important. And I think for me, having gone over there, and going up there for 52 years, the thing that I see the real change is, although it's always been valued as a fishing lake, people are starting to appreciate the really important natural values of that area, and I see that more and more in terms of the people who come to visit. But of course, some things have got worse, and well, just over a year ago, I was very disturbed when I went up to Lake Clearwater and saw the quality of the water in the lake. I mean, it is Lake Clearwater. I've paddled over that lake and seen down to the bottom in the past, and to see what it has become gave me grave cause for concern. The spreading and planting of invasive plants and, you know, especially conifers, lupins and rowan trees are problematic in that landscape, and I note this work on cleaning it up. But some of those things are still causing problems, as we all know. A big concern for me and my family is the increased vehicle use, particularly around the village, with young people who, under law, shouldn't be on motorbikes in public places, going up and down public roads, round and round, and creating it like a circuit, as well as the informal tracks that have been formed on public conservation land, which are getting much worse. There's almost like numerous drag strips that have been created around that place, and much more needs to be done to prevent that happening. And I have concerns too around the permanent caravan village that started to occur around the shores of Lake Clearwater, and the increasing size of batches, you know, starting to see some being converted into double stories and also quite large batches. And I think the rubbish and waste, there's been improvements. We no longer have a hole in the ground, but also there are still problems with people dumping and littering, particularly after busy times. I think the critical thing, from my point, what this plan should look at doing, and I'll just be really frank about this, is you can't do it on your own. Ashburton District Council manage part of the area, but because we have the batches in that area, there is impacts on areas where other organisations need to provide input, for example, Environment Canterbury and the Department of Conservation. So more than anything else, a plan has to deliver or think about how it's going to do joined up thinking with those other agencies and bringing iwi in, because a solution is going to require working across all of those integrated agencies to get those outcomes. So if I urge you to do anything else, it's please make that connection and join up that thinking. And in following on from that, water quality is a big issue, and I think land use around the lake, particularly further up, where numerous submitters have talked about the application of fertilizer, it's very clear that those kinds of things must be addressed if we're going to restore the quality of water at the Lake Clearwater in particular, but also the other lakes around that basin. people have talked about, maybe we need to enlarge, people want to buy batches, but in my experience of over the years, batches are always coming up for sale, and there was always an opportunity for people to buy in, to become a part of that village, and then become a very engaged member with the Hut Holders Association and start to create community that continues to look after that place. So I don't think it's being selfish to say this area should not expand. I think it's being very realistic about the size, where it's at now, and that we should minimise any extension of that footprint. So in saying that, I just want to thank you for this initiative, and I heard the introduction. I think it is very important that this plan is underway, but as again, I urge you to look at the joining up of the dots, joining up of the agencies, and particularly addressing the water quality for that lake, which I think is probably one of the most dire issues for now. So I will leave it there, and hopefully I've left some time for questions. Kia ora.
Thank you, Debs. Questions, councillors? Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Good morning, Debs. Just a question on the continued, or you stated in your submission that it says please support the continued ban on dogs, and you didn't mention it in your presentation, which was very good. There's lots of interesting bits in there, but with your long association up at the lakes, I read in another submission that they said the reason that the dogs had been banned was due to hydattis. Can you remember that? It doesn't seem correct to me. I thought it was always because of the wildlife and the birds, etc. But have you ever heard of that being the case for the reason for the ban of dogs?
Well, of course, the banning of dogs in some areas has expanded. I have not heard of it being because of hydattis. I've never heard that, but I couldn't say that that's not the reason.
Okay.
What I can say is that the presence of dogs in the area, because it used to be excluded from the batch area only, and then council, I believe, and could stand corrected on this, actually expanded it around Lake Camp as well. But it was particularly around Lake Clearwater because it is a wildlife refuge, and there are birds that nest around the edge of that lake. So the Australasian crested grebe nests around there. And of course, there are lizards and skinks and things like that. But feral cats are also a problem, of course, and I've always thought that cats were banned up there, but I might stand corrected on that one. My answer is similar to what you're understanding. I've never heard of hydattids. I do know that some of it is certainly related to the wildlife refuge, and I do know that it's recently expanded around Lake Camp too, because there used to be some confusion. People would bring dogs up to there at Lake Camp, but you couldn't take them into the village, for example.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thanks, Debs, for your submission. And just mentioned before that, and other submitters talked about the fertiliser up above the lakes causing the issue. I wonder, because so many people talk about it, we don't want to make it a truth. We need evidence. Do you know of any evidence that the fertilisers up country is causing an issue? Everyone likes to blame each other, and if you talk to the people up country, they probably say it's the long drops, and then if you talk to another group, they'll say it's the birds, and then another group will say it's not enough water in the lakes, etc., etc. So what we need is evidence to point towards what is the problem, and then we can try and resolve it. And it could be a combination of all of them. Have you any evidence, or is it just hearsay that you're running on at the moment?
Well, I mean, I have a very long association in looking at water quality there. I was one of the ones that instigated some of the early testing with Environment Canterbury and got Environment Canterbury up there to have a look at what the impacts of the long drops were causing on the lake at the time. Which is one of the reasons we instated the wetland at the head of the at the end of Mount Possession Street was also around improvement in water quality. And so, the long drops in essence have been around for a very long time, but they have they have been converting, and so many of the people who are up there for most of the time converted their long drops a very long time ago. So, I mean, you have to collect the evidence that Cawthron are doing with their Lakes 380 project, and they're putting evidence in the lake as well to be looking at that water quality. But you have to ask yourself, what has changed in the catchment, and what do we know about catchment stuff? Now, if I've spoken to Cawthron around their Lakes 380 project that they've been doing across the country, and without hesitation, one of the overarching points of realisation and feedback for them is application in the fertiliser and application of fertilisers in the catchments of lakes causes eutrophication, which is in cause these kinds of problems. So the evidence is there to support it. Now, whether you can actually say, here's this molecule of fertiliser applied here, turning up in the lake here, that's a very difficult thing to prove on the ground. So you have to start amassing that body of evidence. And it is one I think is very fair to consider, given the evidence that we know, given what we know has occurred around Lake Denny, for instance, which has had high amounts of fertiliser within the catchment and which is in such a state that it is likely never to be able to return. So, you know, the evidence that kind of inconclusive, absolutely you cannot argue that this is the only cause. You can't, it's very difficult to get that. But I believe that the weight of evidence would show that this is a significant contribution, significant cause. The number of bird life on the lake hasn't changed much. Long drops are improving. Where has there been the biggest change? And so you need to start looking at that, and you need to look at, you know, what about other lakes within this catchment? So the Māori lakes, for example, are starting to tilt the same way. So that's where I think the council should be looking, and that's why I talk about working across agencies as well.
Yep.
And it's not about pointing a finger. This is about the reality of what fertilisers can do in shallow lake catchments.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just a supplementary question. You talked about some work that was done with ECAN on the long drops. How long ago was that work done? Recent or quite some years ago?
Now, a couple of decades ago it started,
Okay.
and I believe others have made reference to it in the submissions as well. I stopped my involvement in that because I moved away from the key people who were involved in setting that up. But that information was gathered, and I believe that others have referenced it in these submissions.
Okay, thanks. We'll try and find that info. Thank you very much for your submission. Well done.
Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you, and thank you, Debs, for your very good submission. I just have a quick question, and it's around the camping. And this comment's come up in many of the submissions to stop people using the lakes to wash in. And it made me think, are they getting out in that lake with their cakes of soap, or are they doing their laundry as well?
Don't know about doing their laundry, but, you know, I'll just confess, my mother, who passed away 5 years ago, would go up the head of a lake, this is talking about, you know, 30 or 40 years ago, and have a wash once a week if we were up there for a while, and she would take a cake of soap in. And so I do know that some people will do that when they're camping, but yeah, I couldn't say. I mean, if you were going to do that, you would hide yourself away, I would imagine, rather than be in full view of the public. But the washing, I've never seen people do washing per se in the lake.
Thank you.
And most people, you know, it's like we did as kids, you just dive in and go for a swim and hope like heck that the water's just going to wash away the dirt.
Thank you. It's just it came up so many times, I thought, well, it obviously is a bit of an issue to people.
I tend to, in recent years, I've tended to stay away when there's a lot of people out there camping, because I just find I just find those brief periods of time, and I will say I think it's a very brief period of time that we have intense numbers of campers up there, but I tend to stay away at those times, so I'm probably not the best person to answer that one. There will be others who will be able to.
Thank you.
Debs, thank you very much. All the best, and thank you for presenting. Now, councillors, welcome Adair Broughton on virtual. Page Volume 2, page 45. Adair, you're on.
Oh,
Welcome.
tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you. Good morning and thank you for your time today. I am Adair Broughton. My family started visiting Lake Clearwater in the 1940s as fishermen. We built our original batch in the 50s, one of the first 4 or 5 huts at the settlement. We continue to maintain and love it there just as much now as when it was a tiny fishing crib for my newlywed parents then. So speaking to you today, I'm drawing on my 60 plus years of enjoyment visiting Lake Clearwater and camp and the surrounding lakes and the hills, the rivers and the streams. It's absolutely the centre of our family's story over 3 generations now. Clearwater's changed over the years. I remember in the 60s and early 70s, that road was gravel right from Mount Somers onwards. So it was a dusty trip and there were frequent punctures. Ozzie Mackay, some of you may recall, from the Mount Somers store used to come up to his pop-up shop 3 or more times a week over Christmas and New Year, and he'd bring fresh bread, milk, meat, ice creams, and much anticipated newspapers. There was no internet then to keep us in touch. The fishing limit used to be you could keep 6 trout per day. So by the end of our 3-week summer holiday, we went home with a bag full of smoked fish for the freezer. I can remember when the community hall, which is an ex-schoolroom, was moved up there. It was hauled up there. That was a big community project, and it's become the perfect home for the coveted annual fishing competition, Weigh In. My father, my sister and I, we've each served as secretary on the long-standing Lake Clearwater Hut Holders Association. It started in the early 1960s. I honestly don't recall attendance at the AGM ever falling lower than 40 people at a minimum, which is a pretty good AGM turnout when the sun's shining and the fish are rising. It illustrates such is the interest in the camp's happenings and issues. And I'd have to say that dogs, trees and rubbish come up at most AGMs, I think, every year. Nowadays, well, there's flasher batches, more and bigger boats, mountain bikes, caravans, larger vehicles that can easily make their way around the lakes, lots of tourists, Lord of the Rings fans. With all of that has come some associated issues and problems. There's mounting rubbish at times, rutted and damaged lakeside tracks, congested parking around the batches, and of course a massive increase in freedom campers scattered around Lake Camp in particular, with limited ablution facilities. You've heard about these issues and all the submissions, most of which I had to read through, and yes, they need to be built into the forward planning for the area. However, the most challenging change for all of us over the years has been the deterioration of the water quality of Lake Clearwater. It's incredibly sad that it's reached a tipping point for reversing. I was really shocked and I felt gutted when ECAN first made known publicly the extent of the deterioration at the end of 2020. You've heard about these issues and all the submissions, most of which I had to read through, and you seem to have a lot of playback happening. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're hearing that. The focus, if you're just relating to that with the water quality, I fully support and thank the Council for moving swiftly and responding in one practical way by requiring long drops to be decommissioned. The science may show in time that the long drops are only a small part of the problem, I don't know, but it was a commendable first response by the Council. Thank you. The focus of your consultation material was asking submitters, what does a thriving lake camp in Clearwater look like? Well, for me, thriving requires 3 main attributes. First of all, thriving has to be about a strong, joined-up effort by all stakeholders involved in the area to identify and find ways to stop further water deterioration and to collectively act to turn around those activities that are impacting negatively on the water quality. Second, for me, thriving means sustaining, what keeps Clearwater and Camp special. It's all the things you've heard about in the submissions, the character, the natural beauty, its off-the-grid quaintness, and its sense of community. This means keeping the batch settlement at Clearwater at its current size by retaining the provisions already in your Ashburton District Plan. The provisions are practical and fit for purpose, and they take into account the importance of ensuring there are no adverse effects that would put water and land at further risk of degradation. Third, for me, thriving means the council recognising and supporting the enormous volunteer capacity and goodwill that keeps the settlement going. The lawns mowed, the fishing competition every year, the regular meetings with council staff on operational matters, the help your neighbour fix it up attitude, the volunteer tree planting. And looking at thriving more broadly, we only thrive to the extent to which we have looked after that which is most fragile and vulnerable. And as we've learnt in recent times at Clearwater, the waters of that area are fragile. But also, I would add, I think the land and the community environment at the settlement and lakes are fragile too. They would tip out of balance if the settlement size was increased at all. Any expansion would be unsustainable. It would overload the land, exacerbate rubbish issues, further threaten the water quality, and it would diminish the effectiveness of that very well-functioning community ecosystem that's existed for decades at the settlement. I'll finish just by reiterating the final points in my written submission to you. That's that I have already spent 60 plus years visiting and loving Lake Clearwater. I very much hope that the next 30 years are just as positive. And I firmly believe this can best be achieved by retaining the settlement size, respecting the special character and capacity of the community, and prioritising the protection of the area's waters and land. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Adia, thank you for being concerned to make a submission. It's so good of you. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Adia, thanks for your submission, very well written and very well presented. It's credit. Just a question on the Freedom Campers, which you mentioned. Would you like to keep them there? Would you like to ban them or manage them?
Manage them, yeah.
Yep.
I'm a camper sometimes as well, and yes, everybody enjoys getting out around New Zealand. Yeah, it's only at certain times of the year up there really that it becomes an issue. It's largely partly self-monitoring, but yeah, the rubbish and the toilet facilities need some better management really to accommodate them. Oh, yeah.
Yep, and just following on from that, to manage them would cost some money. Would you be agreeing that a special rate was set up for the hut holders there for to gather some money so council staff could travel up there, because it is a fair way up there and it's expensive to get there to manage them? Would you be in agreement of a special rate for the hut holders to do that management?
I'm not quite sure of the rationale behind expecting the cost to fall on the hut holders who are already ratepayers and paying for the services we receive. It seems to me issues such as freedom camping are indeed a council issue that you manage through the likes of bylaw regulatory processes and things. So how you choose to fund that's your decision, but I don't actually see it as very fair that it should fall on the hut holders who are not benefiting at all and actually doing a lot for free to try and help clean up the rubbish and make it work. So not quite sure of the rationale behind that.
Yeah, it would be a good discussion to have further on if we did decide to do something. It's got to be funded from somewhere, so it would be discussion to have.
Totally agree with that. Yes,
Yeah.
it does need to. Yep.
And we won't be making that decision in this hearing, but yeah, good. Thanks for your comments. They're helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time. And
Hang
good
on,
luck.
hang on there.
Oh,
Councillor Lovett's
sorry.
got a question.
Sure.
Sorry, Councillor Lovett.
Right, I've just got a one question around, you've got holding tanks for the toilets. Where does all the huts, all the wastewater go, like the dishwashing water and that, does that go into that holding tank, or what happens to that?
Certainly from my batch experience, it goes into a filtered sump under the ground, or gravel, yeah. Some I think that have been more modernised recently perhaps are going into holding tanks, I'm not sure. So no, there isn't an established grey water reticulation system at all. But given that, I think you'll see from your submissions also the scale of visitation there, that most people are we're not living there, so we're not doing dishes every day of the year. But yeah, I think it's a mix of practices probably, but mostly into the ground, I agree, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adia. I now welcome Ewan Chapman, and his submission is on volume 2, page 42. Evan, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I hope you can all hear me. My name's Ewan Chapman. In my day job, I'm a resource management lawyer, and I'm going to come on to that in a moment. But just a few comments. I think I'm correct that this is the first time that I personally have made a submission on a council-initiated plan, or to try and set some guidelines for the next 30 years. My reason for making this submission is driven from a very deep personal commitment to Lake Clearwater. It has very strong family ties with us, and I have a very strong desire to see Lake Clearwater maintained as a sustainable environment. Just addressing some of the issues that are raised in submissions, I know that you have received some submissions that suggest that people would wish to freehold or own the land, and I do have some comments to make about that. I disagree with those comments. This land was placed in the council in trust to establish a fishing settlement, and I think it would be wholly inconsistent with that trust that was initially put in the council to manage this settlement wisely for the benefit of the hut holders. I also think that in the fragile environment that many people have been talking about, a lease offers a whole lot of controls within the council hands to be able to control things quite rigorously, such as toilets, such as trees that would otherwise dominate the environment. So whilst it's an imperfect world, I'm very much in favour of continuing with a lease arrangement with you in partnership in the long term. I've already said that my day job is as a resource management lawyer, and so I'm just going to turn to that at the moment. But firstly, based on an observation, whenever we take friends to Lake Clearwater, I think that most people are blown away by the very historic nature of the settlement that still survives, and you can see that it's very much a tightly knit, eclectic community that would be difficult to find in other places in New Zealand. That tight knit community is literally because you can virtually stretch out your arms like this and touch the batch next door to you. When it was developed, that's a key feature which assists with its quirkiness today. So the district plan from an RMA's perspective is a great way, I think, to continue to voice the main objectives that should apply within the settlement. And I want to see new objectives that articulate the historic nature of Lake Clearwater and its eclectic batch environment. I say that because if I look at other councils, for example, you'll see Queenstown Lakes District having measures that control a colour palette, for example, in terms of the built environment within the area. And so, of course, you see right through that Wakatip Basin, houses dotted amongst the hills, which are, of course, painted in recessive colours. That is not the unique feature that we have at Lake Clearwater. There is no spreading of the urban environment at Lake Clearwater. It remains very, very confined by the boundaries of that original settlement, and I'm keen to see that continue. But within that environment, I see a blue roof next to a green roof, next to a red roof, next to white painted walls. And that again is the historic nature of the development that I think this council needs to embody in objectives in the plan, that original concept that has been developed from a fishing settlement. Whilst I'm talking in RMA responsibilities, I think that with a few tinkerings to the district plan, the actual residential zone is well controlled, but I don't think the same applies necessarily to the wider Lake Clearwater, Ashburton Lakes environment. And I'd like to see some critical thinking done there, because maybe it's just from adventure tourism, but what I see in the area, for example, is people parking with camper vans or taking mobile homes to the wider reaches of the overall settlement. And that's putting, in my view, a stress and unnecessary stress on the values of Lake Clearwater. I was up there at the weekend and I saw for the first time a caravan had been taken down to the eastern end of Lake Clearwater and parked up there. Now, I don't know what conveniences that caravan had and what people were using, but I think that the need to confine the camping environment is going to be a real pressure over the next 30 years. You asked the previous speaker whether a targeted rate should be suggested by that. I do think for the overall Ashburton district that the Ashburton Lakes are the jewel in the crown for everyone in that Ashburton Lakes to enjoy. And I really don't know that it would be fair to put a targeted rate on that small settlement when it is the jewel in the crown for the overall council area. So there are my views on that. Water quality has been raised by many people. I also endorse the fact that a lease enables you to control water quality of the living environment to make sure that it's the very best that it can be. I don't think there are sufficient controls on camping. And I think that's just a pressure that whilst if you went back 15 years, you might have seen isolated tents closely around the camping ground. Now you see sort of enclaves being developed by sort of 3 or 4 tents surrounded in a rather isolated area, and I can only see that continuing, and I think that needs control. I also have voiced in my submission, it's not wholly an Ashburton District Council responsibility, but I do think weed infestation around the Ashburton Lakes is going to be a continuing problem. we walked down the end of Lake Emma, and there you'll see just broom spreading. It's about this high at the moment, but where that broom's going to go in the next 5 years just worries me intensely. I accept that DOC is probably the landowner down there and is vested with that responsibility, but I think as a partnership, council has to take its part in enforcing weed and pest control over the Lake Clearwater area. I think I'm going to leave it at that. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Evan. Questions of Evan? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks.
My name's Ewan, but it doesn't bother
Ewan,
me.
sorry.
Thanks, Ewan, for your good submission. It's good. Just getting back to that targeted rate, which I mentioned to the previous person, and you would suggest that it should be sort of spread over, if there was some money to be spent up there to control things, it should be spread over everyone in the Ashburton district. Some of the batch holders up there who benefit from it don't pay rates in the Ashburton district, apart from that their hut there, because they live in other parts of New Zealand. And I don't think that's quite contrary. It's contrary to the trust agreement. I think it was for the benefit of the Ashburton people, I think, reading the old trust agreement, if I've got it right, and I may not have it exactly right. So just your thoughts on that.
Well, I think all the batch holders do pay rates.
They do, but not as if there was more controls on there. I think you were suggesting that it should be shared over the whole of the Ashburton district, as well as those hut holders. So someone who doesn't live in the Ashburton district would get the benefit of the controls, but they would not be paying for them because they don't pay rates in the Ashburton district as a hut holder and a holder, a ratepayer elsewhere in the district as well.
Right, you're quite correct that someone coming there from Taumarunui to camp on the side of Lake Camp doesn't pay rates.
Yeah.
Whether those responsibilities, however, should be targeted solely against the batch holders, I find a leap too far, because I simply think that in the Ashburton district you have many pressure points where tourism is at the forefront, whether it's local tourism or more remote tourism from someone from Germany coming in or whatever. I think that that's something that probably a council as a whole has to have a policy as to how we levy those tourists that come and visit our district. It's something that the council clearly wants, but I don't know that it would be particularly fair to say that a group of ratepayers should share the burden for the overall community.
Yeah, thanks for that, and I probably agree with your sentiments as well, but I did need to raise the question. Thanks.
Councillor Falloon.
Morning, Ewan.
Good morning.
The other hut settlements within the Ashburton district actually own the land themselves, and then the hut holders pay a fee to the Hut Holders Association. What you're doing at the moment, you're actually paying a lease to the Ashburton District Council. Would there be advantages for you guys in actually owning your own land and maybe having control over the camping, even if you don't own the land?
We're never going to have control over the camping by owning our land, I don't think, because that's simply not our land. I'm struggling to see how that would assist. And I've already said that I think a lease with the council, while some people might not like paying rental to the council, for me, it's the degree of control that the council can place on the leases to make sure the quality of the environment is maintained that I actually like.
Thank you very much, Ewan, for taking the time to present to us. I'll now move on to Alan Knowles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ewan. I'll now move on to Mr. Alan Knowles. Councillors, his submission is in volume 2, page 176. Alan, the floor is yours, sir. Sorry, Alan, can you please start again, and can I suggest you unmute?
Yes, I've unmuted. Can you hear me all right? I'm going to share screen just to start with a short video following on from my submission. So I'm just trying to get that going now. I'm not sure how we do this. If you can help me, that'd be good. I've got the share system open. Entire screen window.
Okay, can someone help me to help Alan?
I've just got to share this one. Okay, here we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now I've sent you that photograph in my submission. Now I'm going to take you under that cloud of for fertilizer and just show you what's going on. Here we are. This is a short video. Here's the cloud of fertilizer coming off the turnip paddock. That's my car at the gate to Lake Roundabout. It's 130 metres from here to Lake Roundabout. The point of showing you this is to give you an idea on how the lakes are eutrophying and why they are eutrophying. So while I stood there for 20 minutes, this cloud, the truck came back again and again, and you're going to see 3 clouds coming across. Those are the willows on Lake Roundabout that the cloud's just passing now. Plants love fertilizer and so do water weeds. Excess weed growth leads to oxygen depletion and lake death. That's called flipping. Now you guys are worried about Lake Clearwater flipping, and so are we. Now that cloud of fertilizer is now over dockland, public land, which surrounds Lake Roundabout. The only outlet to Lake Roundabout is into Lake Emma. It's an 800 metres away is Lake Emma, and now there's another cloud coming onto Lake Roundabout. Emma has flipped once. It miraculously recovered. The scientists didn't really expect it to. It surprised them, and then it flipped again. So there's the last cloud settling in, the last of the 3 that I witnessed settling in over the lake now. This is the fertilizer that's fallen on the road, in a puddle on the road, and the road for 400 metres looks like this. So there we are. That's the end of the video. I'll stop sharing. I've stopped sharing. Can you see me? Shall I just carry on?
All good, Alan. Keep going.
Okay, right. Now, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, Jan Wright, said we need to keep fertiliser on the land, not on the waterways. Our scientists have done the research. Please don't call for more research into eutrophication. The answer is obvious, and I've shown you part of it. And every farm pond in New Zealand is anoxic, smothered by green and red algae. Farmers are poisoning their paddocks, their waterways, their families, and the planet. They blitz the land with insecticides, herbicides, and fertiliser. So there are no earthworms, beetles, moths, no birds, no geckos, no skinks, no plants, no weeds, no cockabullies. All from monoculture of fodder crop and white butterfly. I'm asking you to acknowledge the parlous state of the warming world and act locally to reinforce a low-impact, low-energy existence for all of your ratepayers and visitors to the Ashburton Basin. This is your Serengeti. Value it, please, and prevent it becoming a people-choked Milford, a Queenstown encircled with ugly pines, or a land of dead lakes. We, your ratepayers, can help. We have local knowledge. We support your staff to control weeds and wilding pines. We have simple low-energy dwellings. We leave a tiny footprint. We plant natives, we work to preserve biodiversity, and we read the science. Our survival as a species depends on a beneficial interaction with nature. Now, as an example, the single most important organism in clearing the lakes is kakahi. It's freshwater mussel. I've sent you one of the research papers on that. Its filtering capacity is stupendous. And as an example, it takes the mussel only 36 hours to filter the entire volume of Lake Tuakitoko, just west of Balclutha, and it's about the size of Emma. 36 hours to filter the entire lake. But freshwater mussels are threatened worldwide by water runoff from land development. Now, we have that in spades up there in the Ashburton Basin. Now, I've really, just in terms of the 30-year plan, if we can clear up the lakes, everything else will sort of follow, I think. But if the lakes die, you probably won't have your little jewel in the crown, and they are dying. So what we need to do is work with farmer to apply less fertiliser. We need to remove pondweed and oxygen weed, which inhibit mussel growth. We're going to have to artificially propagate freshwater mussels to reverse the declining numbers and provide habitat structures for bullies. Bullies are essential in the life cycle of the mussels. Now, I haven't seen a bully in any of the lakes up there, and I fish a lot, for more than 10 years. They have been poisoned by nitrogen runoff, and there are other threats to them. So anyway, thank you for listening to me. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Alan. I have one question for you, and I would like to thank you for presenting the video that you did. With that video, have you sent it to Environment Canterbury, re the setbacks and controls on fertiliser and setback distances to waterways, etc., 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 that's in their plan?
I have told the head of DOC about it. I've given it to anybody who's asked, and I've told everybody. I put it in the newsletter, which I edited for the village for a long time. But specifically, oh yes, I've told Ian McKenzie and various councillors. They know about it, but specifically I haven't actually sent it to them. I would like you, the council, to act on our behalf in speaking with ECAN. You have more clout than we do as individuals in trying to get these lakes cleared up and trying to reduce the amount of fertiliser. But I'm happy to give it to you, and you can send it to them or send it to them.
Okay. Do we have a copy of it now that it's been presented to us?
Oh, good.
Can someone help me? Do we have a copy of it now it's been presented to us?
No, we don't. Well, I'll get in touch directly with Alan and get a copy for us as a council.
Thank you very much, Tony. Tony's going to get in touch with you, Alan, to get a copy of that video.
No
That's all right. Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Alan.
Hello.
Do you know the difference between fertiliser and lime? Lime that
Yes,
truck was
I do.
was supplying is purely ground up limestone rock, which isn't much difference to the dust off the road. Those little chips you found on the road were actually limestone, and some of the council with their roading are putting limestone with the gravel to try and create a better strata. So it's a little bit ingenious to say that that's fertiliser when it's actually lime, which is a natural product.
Lime is a fertiliser. People put it on the ground to fertilise their plants. No, it's fertiliser with a small f. I'm not saying it's artificial fertiliser, but both of them. Lime in waterways causes weed growth. Weed growth depletes the oxygen and leads to anoxic death of the lake. And the same with fertiliser does the same thing. There is so many scientific papers on this. But yes, I do understand the difference.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, Alan. My question just relates to talking about artificially propagating the freshwater mussel. How do you do that? Like,
oh, well, it has been done overseas. And of course, one institute have them in tanks, and they've and the NIWA in Hamilton have run tests on trying to check on other imported fish, exotic fish, on how they can help in that life cycle. And really, with goldfish, with rudd and catfish, they found very, very low take-up. And so it's really only native fish, galactids and bullies, that we can propagate them. They're long-lived. They last 50 years, and there are very few juveniles. So with the filtration system dying, we boost the bullies. So I suggested bullies can be predated by perch, and not so much trout. I mean, I remember probably for 25 years I fished at the lake, and there's been bullies and trout living perfectly happily together. And in my submission, I talked about huge beds of mussels in Lake Clearwater, 20 years ago, 25 years ago. They're not there now. But we'd have to work with the scientists to try and work it out.
yeah, I was just referring to, you mentioned in your submission that it may be a solution because they can filter the water very quickly and very successfully, and I just wonder how is that likely to be a short-term option, but probably needs a bit of research on the technology first by the sounds of it.
Yes, but the trouble with Lake Clearwater, especially at the moment, is it is so eutrophied that I'm not sure even the fertilized sperm of the young of the mussel would even survive in that water. Lake Camp is clear. It has a large mussel population, up to 300 to 400 mussels per square metre, and each mussel filters a litre of water. So Lake Camp can show you what can be done, but there's no runoff from fertilised farmland into Lake Camp.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
But I can help you meet up with scientists who can advise you if you wish.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Just thinking, when I did my soil science studies when I was younger, lime was not a fertiliser, it's a soil conditioner, and it's used to alter pH of soil. And if you're an organic farmer, you can use lime because it's an organic soil conditioner. So I wouldn't put it in the fertiliser category, but I understand your concern.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lovett.
I'm just going to ask a question around which do you see the biggest threat up there in the lakes? Is it the fertiliser use, or is it people activities, or is it a combination?
We lived there for years. I've been going there for more than 50 years. And the lakes sort of surprised me. They stayed so clean. We always thought, boy, this runoff from the village must be affecting the lakes. But the ability of the mussels just cleaned it up in a blink. And the dilution factor of the lake compared with the outflow from the village is huge. So the village doesn't. I know you want to blame us for it, but I don't think that's the answer. I'm losing my thread. It's the runoff. It's the risk from the farming activities, and the farmer has been in trouble with DOC over Lake Denny, and Lake Emma and Lake Roundabout have got no long drops and no human activity around them, and yet they have flipped. Lake Denny has been in a terrible state down there on the Hecatory Flats, and DOC had to ask the farmer to move his fence back when he put it too close to the lake. So the impact of the people in the village is minor. compared with the inflow from the Potts Face.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Falloon.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. You've sent a lovely photo taken on the 27th of October 2021 showing the green areas that have been fertilised. Is any of that ground cultivated, or is it just top dressed and oversown?
In 2005, the farmer took lots of really large machinery up there, and he cleared all of the Matagari, all of the existing natural plants on a big area of it. He worked there for ages and ages. And the graph of the nitrogen and the phosphorus is obvious when you look at it, and it exactly mirrors when he was working there with his heavy machinery. So there are large areas of just fodder paddocks, whereas I don't go onto it. I'm not allowed. If I cross the fence, I've been told by his staff to get off, get out. No public allowed up there. So I can't really tell you, but there is a huge area where he sprayed the Matagari above that green area, and it's just pale grey and it's dying. So that will rot away, and that'll then turn into pasture.
Okay. Do you know what pasture species he is using? Because I understand, reading from one or two of the other submitters, there is a problem with Timothy.
Yes, Timothy is growing really fecundly. It's thick as hell in the inlet swamp. Now I don't know how the farmers do it or how it propagates, but it is there. It's a high fertilizer requirement or high nutrient requirement plant, as far as I understand, from Peter Williams' paper. He's got your paper. I sent you a copy of his paper that talks about Timothy. And the Timothy rises both sides of the valley. It goes right up to the road, the Hector Potts Road, and then right up the other side of the valley. I don't know if it's been top dressed with Timothy. I haven't seen it. I couldn't say. But how it got there, I don't know. But it's there in big areas. Now, what Peter Williams did, he compared that swamp with the inlet swamp below the village. And the inlet swamp below the village is receiving so little nutrients that Timothy is not growing there. But some other pasture grasses are, but not nearly to the extent that they are in the inlet swamp below the Potts Face.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knowles. I wish you all the best. And Tony's going to be in touch with you to get that video from you. Thank you. Now move on to Ben and Sally Todd Hill. Their submission is volume 2, page 143. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
I apologise for my submission. I rushed it out to get it to you, not realising the urgency of the date. So I'd like to make a few extra comments, if I could, in relation to it. Firstly, the environment up there is very precious. It's precious in using the term precious in two contexts. Firstly, it's a special environment, as everyone knows and appreciates, but the other is that it's a vulnerable environment. And for people like us that have used and lived there temporarily, we thoroughly enjoy it. In my submission, I commented on the history of the settlement, and I think that that's an important context to overlay your planning decisions. It was originally set aside by a run holder, so it's a nod and a tip to the farmers that have endowed us and given us the opportunity to enjoy that incredible environment. But it was also set aside as a temporary accommodation and for holidaying. And so my suggestion to you is that it should remain as a temporary place, and that your planning rules that you impose or develop over the next 30 years should respect that and encourage people not to use it for permanent accommodation. So there are some planning, existing planning rules that I think are appropriate. I think one of your speakers earlier said the district plan is probably fit for purpose, and I think that that's probably right. Things such as the site coverage, which limits the further development. I also agree with you and Chapman's comment that it's an eclectic environment, so that socially and culturally it's unusual. It has people from all walks of life. They come there with very diverse backgrounds but very similar values, and I think that that's very precious. It means that people from different backgrounds interact with each other and all draw on their different strengths and weaknesses, and I think that's a tremendous thing. The physical environment, of course, is also unique. It's the habitat of some very rare frogs. It's the habitat of the southern crested grebe, of which it's estimated there are only 1,000 around. So in that sense, it's also precious. The key risks, I think, or my wife and I think, are the water quality, and I'm not a scientist. I don't know about that, but it's obviously a common theme that's reflected in the submissions. The one thing I would observe is that I do think that and I think it's probably likely that the water quality issue is a consequence of the farmer's agricultural activity. But I'm very respectful of the farmer. I think that he is caught in a difficult situation where previously and before tenure review, he could graze one sheep, I don't know, to 2 hectares or something, and now because of tenure review, he's driven, he has to get the same productivity out of a lesser space. My simple solution to that, which no one would approve of, is actually to open up the public estate and allow him to graze on a licence basis over the rest of the catchment, on the condition that he doesn't put fertiliser on the bits that feed into the lake. But whether that can be achieved or not, I don't know. I certainly respect the farmer. He's generous to us. He allows us to walk over his lands when we ask him to, and I don't have a negative view on his activities generally. Second key risk is fire, and I applaud the initiatives of the council to look at the LPG set up in each of the batches and so on, and to look at electricity control, the wiring of the huts and so on to avoid fire. And of course, the site coverage rules also feed into that, because if it has a site coverage at the moment, and I hope you'll continue to maintain it, of 45%, because that keeps the structures small and intimate, but it also keeps separation between the structures. The second key risk and issue is the degradation of the environment, and so the key ones there, I think, are the broom and gorse, and as a consequence of moving from tenure review, where a lot of the land now is in public ownership, the incentive on the farmer, who did a very good job of maintaining broom and gorse and those other weeds, now is diminished. So that's a concern. The margins of the lakes and the damage that's done by four-wheelers and motorbikes is also a concern, and I'm not suggesting that they shouldn't have an environment in which to go four-wheeling and motorbiking, but let's just set that aside and make sure that it's not around the lake edges. And in that respect, I also mentioned in my written submission issues about information. We have a hut that's very close to the information board, and we note that most people that come to the village stop and park and read the information board. They want to know about the environment, they want to understand its uniqueness, they want to understand and appreciate why it's special. So my suggestion is that you put more information in to explain why the margins of those lakes are important and why motorbikes shouldn't be doing it. And we'll then, as hut holders and other people, say to people, don't motorbike round the lake edges, because you're going to damage the habitat for the crested grebe, which incidentally has a nest which is floating, so it's very vulnerable. So there are those sort of things. The other thing that we note around the settlement is the amount of rubbish that's dropped by Freedom campers. And I don't have a concern about Freedom campers per se. I think it's very important that you and we and everyone share this tremendous environment and enable them to appreciate and enjoy what we can enjoy simply by virtue of the fact that we have a lease there and they don't. And the camping is great. There are two types of camping parts that are set aside. One is for the campers that come up at the beginning of the year and park the caravans up and leave them there for 6 months, and then the other is for people who want to come up by the day, and I think that works really well, and I applaud that setup. The development intensification is a common theme throughout the submissions, and I've flicked through most of the submissions, and I agree with it, and I think the site coverage and retaining the village and its unique character is a good thing. Good things that have been done. I think the long drop initiative was fantastic, and I really applaud the council, not simply for doing it, but the way in which they engaged with the community there. They didn't ruffle feathers, they didn't come in with a heavy hand, they spoke to us gently about it, they explained what we needed to do, and I'd like to think that we've all responded very positively to that, and I think that that's a credit to how the council staff dealt with that. Equally, the new toilet facilities that are there are essential, because my wife and I periodically wander around Lake Camp, and every time we come back with 2 full bags of rubbish, and often it's nappies or lavatory paper or something of that nature, and it's pretty grim. So having good quality facilities that people don't mind using because they're a bit precious about the loo that they want to sit on or whatever is really good. But the only thing I would say is that when you plan to go and put another toilet facility somewhere, talk to the community about it, because I see in some of the submissions there's an anti-feeling about suddenly we're told that something's going to be put somewhere and there hasn't been a consultation. And I think you should, for a number of reasons. One is we live there, we understand what the issues are, we know where the wind blows, we know where people camp and all of that sort of thing. So I think there's reason to consult with us. Rubbish has been talked about before. I think one of the key issues with rubbish isn't so much the facilities that you've got there, which are very good, it's the management of it. So if you go up there in a very peak holiday season, you'll find the village absolutely full, but most of the time it's really empty. And so from the period from autumn to the end of winter, the wheelie bins don't need to be emptied, but over Christmas and New Year they need to be emptied all the time, because they fill up, and if they get full, then they overflow, and then you have a rubbish problem. So I think a lot of it is just carefully managing that part quite carefully. So for the future, the key issues I think are water quality, and I don't have any great claim to fame to know what to do there, but it's clearly an issue, and you don't want the lake stuffed up. It's, you'll ruin your very, very precious jewel if you do, and your ability to influence that is great, and I understand it's ECAN's key responsibility, but we all have to play our part. Please consult on where facilities are, restrict the site coverage, assist the hut holders to put in good systems. So the long drop removal and the holding tanks is a good thing. I note that Councillor Lovett raised the issue about wastewater. So what generally happens with most hut holders, and now they all have to have a holding tank to put their poos and wees in, but most of the water that comes from sinks and showers and things generally discharges to ground. We have just applied for and got consent to extend our hut, and we're upgrading our grey water system. My suggestion is that the council designs a system that then it requires everyone to put in every time they upgrade. And when we talk to consultants about it, there are the nitrates that are coming from showers and sinks is actually very limited. It's very little. There's not a big impact, but we could do more. But there are fats and things like that come from a kitchen sink, and they should be captured and they shouldn't be going to ground. So my suggestion is a system that captures the fats and oils and those sort of things at a first flush, and the second goes into a bark filter to catch those nitrates. And if that was a system that was bespoke and designed, not too expensive, and we encouraged all the hut holders to put that in, I think that would make probably a marginal difference, but a difference in an environment that's very sensitive. there was a comment about rates. I just want to respond to that if I could from the floor. The reality is we all do pay rates, but we don't get the benefit of the toilets. The hut holders never use the toilets. So I accept that the cost of that's got to be borne somewhere, but my suggestion is that it's probably not appropriate to direct that at the hut holders. That's really all I have to say, but I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Questions, councillors? Okay. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Morning, Ben, and thanks for your submission. You talked about four-wheel drives and motorbikes, and it's come up a lot, and pretty much most of the submissions about motorbikes. So you're saying you don't want to ban them completely, but there needs to be sort of a redirection of where they can go around the village, is that correct?
Personally, we hate them.
Yes.
But we have to share the environment with others, and we understand that kids want to come up and do it. And if that's what they want to do, I don't think that I should impose, or my view should impose and stop them. It's a marginal inconvenience to hear them and so on. I am concerned about the lake margins and what that does for the crested grebe and those sort of things. But I think allow them to do it, but set aside an area where they can do it so that they can have their fun, just as we can go fishing or we can enjoy the things that we enjoy doing.
Yeah, no, that's good. And I've been up and camped or stayed up there, and you do notice the motorbikes, especially at 6 o'clock in the morning when they
It's just part of the unique eclectic environment.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ben, for coming along.
Good.
I now call on Steve Atwell to come forward, present his case. And councillors, if you go to volume 2, page 208 is the written submissions. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you. With me is my elder brother David Atwood, whose memory of Lake Clearwater goes back even longer than mine. Firstly, thank you very much for initiating this process. It's always good to see councils consulting and involving the community in its planning decisions like this. I have, for my sins, been a reporter covering local authority meetings for a great many years, and the level of consultation now is vastly superior to what it was when I was a cadet reporter many years ago. I can only echo some of the speakers that we've heard this morning in regards to all of those main points. And we appreciate that for a lot of them, especially the quality of Lake Clearwater water, that you're only one of several agencies that have an influence on this. But we do support your actions to try and influence a better environment so that we don't see the lake flipping like it has done in recent times. I did want to just quickly add a point to our submission, and this is information that came to me after the submission was made, and I'll leave a copy with Tony. When you're sitting at the batch looking at across Lake Clearwater, you assume everything you see is in the Hakateri Conservation Park. It is not. There's a large area of land from Mystery Lake down toward Lake Clearwater and toward to the Potts River Gorge, which was proudly promoted as being part of the park when the minister announced the park some years ago. But it's actually stewardship land, and it has never been brought officially into the conservation park. Now, that area has not even got huge scenic and environmental values. It's a considerable part of the catchment of Lake Clearwater. And as we all know, the stewardship land is under review at the moment. And there are considerable pressures on what should be done with stewardship land. So, from our point of view, that places a huge part of what I've been hearing today, the jewel in the crown, it places a huge part of that crown in jeopardy. And we do think that the council should use its influence with the Department of Conservation to pressure it to do as it always stated it's intended, and take that stewardship land into the Hakateri Conservation Park. We think that's a vulnerable point for the future of the lake. Otherwise, we're happy to answer your questions. We believe that you've got our submission there. Many of the points we make, I've heard repeated just by the few speakers that we've heard this morning while we've been waiting, and we can only reinforce most of those. So we've had a batch at the lake for 62 years. Family's been fishing up there before then. I think my earliest recollection of the lake is when I was about 3, but David's memories goes back further than that. And that does give us an extensive history of the knowledge of the area and what works and what doesn't. And I think that point's been made, the uniqueness of the village and its special character, which is being lost in so many other places in New Zealand. Anyway, that's pretty much all I want to say. I'll leave a copy of this extra point that we've made with Tony, but we welcome questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Councillor Falloon.
Thank you. You say you've had a batch up there for 60 odd years. When is it that you've noticed the deterioration of the quality of the water in Lake Clearwater? Is it 10, 15, 20 years ago, or more latterly than that?
Much more latterly. David and I were talking that it really has been since the surrender of the pastoral lease land and the intensification of the agricultural land around the lake. And one of the submitters before talked about the photographs of all of the virulently green areas. That red tussock land at the head of Lake Clearwater is a wonderful filter. And one of the other speakers talked about the huge mussel beds that used to be in Clearwater, and I remember that. In fact, we used to not collect rainwater off our batch roofs. We used to go down to the edge of the lake of Clearwater and collect drinking water from a spring, and that water was presumably running through some of our long drops. But nobody seemed to die. Yeah, it's definitely the issues we've had. Just start speaking and it
press the button.
Yeah.
Right hand button. No, down on the button.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. I'm the angry one. I get angry, so I leave the speaking to Stephen. And I really appreciated what I'm hearing today and the opportunity to come here. So thank you for that. And Stephen stole my thunder a little bit, but back in the day, we jammed a piece of downpipe into the bank above, right on the lake edge where the swamp is, and that's where we got our drinking water in 4-gallon tins. So, and there was a lot of long drops and a lot of huts there then, not the top bit, but I'll sit back. Certainly where the original huts were. So that's what we're used to. But I'm purely a fisherman, so I only really care about what happens to the water in the lake. And so, in answer to that question, last year was the first time that I had really noticed the beginning of a cloud of bloom. And that was at the top end of the lake, and it was nowhere further down, but you saw that grow as the weather warmed up, etc., whatever is required to make it grow was happening. So only the last few years is quite frustrating for me, because I walk and I spot, and that's how I see my fish.
Okay.
And I catch a lot.
Councillor Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if someone could help me. I'm not familiar with the term stewardship land. What does that mean?
Essentially, at the time the Department of Conservation was formed, and land was taken from Old Lands and Survey and various other entities, there was a lot of land that was considered marginal from conservation value, that was sort of dumped with dock as a place to put it, and that was stewardship land. Now, unfortunately, it's developed a reputation of, it's land that has no value to dock, and that's not true. There's some actually quite important environmental areas that have been lumped in with stewardship land. But we have pressure from all sorts of organisations who, for example, having been prohibited from mining in dockland, would like access to stewardship land to do the same, or to develop it in other ways. It's been an incredibly dragged out debate. It's gone on for years and years, but DOC is supposed to be there's a review of stewardship land, and they're supposed to be resolving that issue and either releasing the land for other use or formally taking it into the conservation estate as conservation land. And as I say, when the Minister announced Hakateri Conservation Park and they published these proud maps of this wonderful place, and it is a wonderful place, don't get me wrong, that stewardship land on that northern slope of Lake Clearwater was marked as being within the park, but it has never actually been added.
So who actually does anything with it? Is it just sit there?
DOC manages it because it's stewardship land, but it doesn't have the same conservation protection or longevity of protection that officially taking it into a conservation park would provide.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If I've heard you correctly, tenure review was the start of the problems when that happened. If that's the problem, and if we agree that is the problem, then what is the solution if tenure review caused the problem?
I think it's multiple, and I appreciate that it is not an easy answer. You have so many partners involved. But if I can give you an example, for 7 years I worked as the communications manager for Westland Milk Products, and one of their biggest dairy catchments is the catchment around Lake Brunner, which suffers, in spite of its size, from many of the problems that Clearwater suffers from. And targets were set by the regional council on farmers on limiting their fertiliser use, and the farmers said that they were unreasonable and devalued their property. So what happened is that the farmers, Westland Milk Products, the community, the regional council, the various district councils banded together and created another solution, the result of which was most farmers did have to spend very large sums of money on their property to do things such as building bridges over water that cows were normally walking through and things like that, using low emission rate dairy shed waste spreaders and so on. A lot of different measures. Cost the average farmer about $250,000 each. The result was that the water standards required in Lake Brunner were reached 5 years earlier than the goal. And the schools came out with kids planting flaxes and tussocks and all of the farmers were given subsidies and encouraged to do riparian planting and so forth. So I think it's more than just saying to the farmer, you must not use so much artificial fertiliser, though I do believe that there has to be limits on that. But I think it is also about the rest of the community valuing what we have and working with each other rather than trying to say to one section of the community, it's just your fault and you're the only one that has to do something about it. There's lots we could do together. When you walk around Clearwater, I remember, and David will remember as clearly as I do, that in the days when the cattle and the sheep were allowed there, it was rare to see a snow tussock. Now when you walk through that land, especially the land I was talking about, from Mystery Lake down the Potts River Gorge, the snow tussock's up to your shoulders. So you can do things to restore the environment and allow nature to take its course. The mussel one is a very, very good example. I haven't seen a mussel shell on the shore of the Lake Clearwater for years. I'm sure this might be some. When we were kids, we went bully fishing and they were, bent pin and a bit of gut on a rod, and you couldn't not catch them. There were so many. I haven't seen a bully in Clearwater for years. So all of those things have to be addressed to restore the health of this lake and the community around it.
Even Lake Camp had an abundance of bullies, big black bullies, and 1 year after some top dressing, they were washed up in drifts along the beach. So there's an example of what can happen when top dressing is not controlled properly. And as a subsequence to that, the fishing has diminished. Even although we have noticed, an earlier speaker noted that Lake Camp is quite pristine compared to Clearwater, there are still no bullies there. So somehow we've got to control that, and we will do our part in regard to our controlled effluent disposal. We were among the first to put in a tank. So we recognise we have a job to do, but we need a lot of help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm learning something new here, Steve. Belmacan River, I don't know where it is, to be quite honest. I know the area, but I never heard of that name, to be honest. And you don't want to have it going to be diverted into the Lake Camp. Why would you do that for a start? And who's wanting to do that?
Okay, so if you're standing on the road looking across Lake Camp, what you're looking at is Mount Harper and the Belmacan Saddle. And the Belmacan River originates in the Belmacan Saddle, and it's a short braided river that flows down into the swamp catchment of Lake Emma. At times of high flood, it has naturally diverted into Lake Camp. At one stage, there were some somewhat misguided attempts to divert the water into Lake Camp to try and encourage trout spawning. That was a complete failure. But there has been pressure, particularly from the boating community, skiers and so forth, to keep the water level of Lake Camp higher by having a part of Belmacan diverted into the lake. And I appreciate that from their point of view, that's a greater surface area of water for them to play in. But what it does do is it artificially elevates the depth of that aquifer, and it literally surfaces around the batches closer to Lake Camp, but also in, like ours, which is probably one of the lower points of the dip between Lake Camp and Lake Clearwater. And while that might sound a little selfish, it's not just us. There's quite a number of batches that suffer from that problem. And of course, until everybody has got rid of their long drop and put in a closed system, high water levels flowing through there give the land a lot less chance to filter out whatever that water's picking up before it gets to Clearwater.
Thank you.
Councillor Lovett.
Yes, I'm just going to go back to your fishing. Are these the trout? I mean, they're introduced species, aren't they? They're not the native trout. Are they suffering, because of the pollution or the fertilizer, or or are they still being stocked? Because I'm thinking if they years ago they're wanting to tie this up in a World Heritage Park, and there was a group of people wanting to do that, and if it ever comes about, you will lose that fishing up there, if they won't let us keep stocking the fish. So the fish in the same numbers, or are they declining, or what's...
Fish numbers are definitely declining. 67 years I've been wandering those banks, and the fishing game's answer to declining numbers of fish is to reduce the bag limit. And that's okay. The bag limit doesn't worry me, because since I was 16 I've returned every fish that I've caught, and I catch more than most. Simply because I exclusively fish that lake. So in answer to your question, yes, there are far fewer fish. In Lake Camp, the fish are much smaller. And predatory fish like perch seem to be able to survive and thrive in those conditions where trout can't.
Yeah, if I can just reinforce that from, part of my background is I used to work for the Department of Conservation for 7 years, and I'm a public relations consultant by profession, and I've specialised in environmental issues for all of that time. Trout don't cope well with the lake becoming flipping, especially when all of that algae dies. To break up that dead algae, it uses all of the available oxygen in the lake. Perch, as David has noticed, are able to survive in a much lower oxygen environment than trout can, so trout are impacted. I agree with you that trout are an introduced species, and Sir Tupeni O'Regan used to call them freshwater possums.
Yeah.
But I go back to the fact that for most of those 60 odd years that we've been fishing around that lake and recreating around that lake, the native species have been well in abundance. And of course, a lot of those galaxids and bullies breed in the drowned swamps on the edges of the lake, which are not areas that are particularly attractive to trout. So again, we come back to what has changed, and I think you have to draw a line in the sand and say the big change has been pasteurisation around the lake since pastoral surrender.
Oh, I've got the wrong thing.
Yeah, and yeah, trout fishing is one of the things that brings people to the area to enjoy it, and again, that's purely from a business point of view, that's good for the community, the business community of Ashburton, when people are coming from as far away as the North Island to spend their holidays here, you know.
Australia and America.
Yeah.
Okay. Stephen and David, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Councillors, your cup of tea time has gone, but you're very lucky because the submitted due at 10:30 has not turned up. And with the indulgence of Mr. Reid, who is due at 10:40, Rob, do you mind waiting 6 minutes while we have a quick cuppa? Thank you. So we're back here, councillors, at 10:15 on that clock over there to hear Mr. Reid. 10:45, sorry. One thing I forgot to check with you councillors at the beginning, and I apologise to the submitters, have we all read everything that we were sent? It's a yes from everyone? Thank you, thank you. I now call on Mr. Rob Reid, and his submission is Volume 2, page 85. Welcome, Rob. Sorry? Have I got something wrong? Tell me. Rob, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning all. Thank you very much, and happy birthday for yesterday, Angus. Look, I've read through the large number of submissions, and as some of you have mentioned, there's clearly some common themes, and it's clear that there's many interested parties here with some strong views, many of which I share. And it's great to see such a strong interest in Lake Camp and Clearwater area, and hopefully this will continue. There are many areas here where submitters are better informed to comment, so I'll leave it to them, and I've listened to some of them this morning and they've been very good. My focus is more on Lake Clearwater than it is on Lake Camp. There are many users of Lake Camp, and apart from being strongly supportive of keeping the powerboats on Lake Camp and off Clearwater, I'll leave it up to some of their users to focus on that space. The Lake Clearwater area is unique and it's retained its character over the years. It hasn't been developed in the same way as other holiday spots. The Lake Clearwater area has remained quiet, relaxing space for people to come and get away from the rat race. And for me personally, it's a fantastic space to get away from the daily grind. One of the key reasons for this is development's been limited, and we believe it should stay this way. Batch numbers should remain at current levels and future building restricted to ensure that the natural character remains and the environment can cope and sustain the visitors that are there. This isn't Wanaka, and it shouldn't aspire to be. What's important is ensuring that the number of users is at a level that the environment can cope with and sustain. It's important to remember that the users of spaces such as this are the ones who it's most important when it comes to looking after it. We shouldn't be looking to restrict access, but clearly need to look at ways to designate spaces to allow different users to coexist. As I mentioned, the separation of powerboat users on Lake Camp, but not Clearwater, is a great initiative. But there are many other users, including motorcyclists, walkers, runners, push bikers, fishermen, hunters, and many others. Several of the groups can coexist nicely, where others not so much. This doesn't mean we should restrict their access, and for motorcyclists in particular, we only need to look at what is being discussed at Ashton Beach. Separating users can allow everyone to coexist. Many of the groups are able to enjoy the natural beauty of the area with very little impact, and these types of activities should be encouraged. There are many different users, and we shouldn't be looking to exclude anybody. It's important to remember that it's these users who have a vested interest in protecting the area. I'm not sure how often we've parked up and come home with rubbish. The kids are constantly picking it up from different areas, and this doesn't come from the regular users. It comes from those who don't have an interest and don't care about the space. By restricting access, this only results in less users to look after the place. The mess is left behind by those who don't care, and these idiots will never go away. They will always come. There are several users, young and old, mobility impaired, who like to use Lake Clearwater. I've spent many years up at Lake Clearwater, including with my wife's grandfather, who was one of the first batch holders at Lake Clearwater. In his later years, mobility became more difficult, and it became clear that access to fish the lake was limited, and it didn't need to be. For example, the western end of the lake had its gates locked for many years, and it probably still is. And this severely restricts how much of the lake was available. I now take my young kids out. They like to fish in the same spots, and this often includes driving around the back of the lake and accessing most parts of it. But with care, this has little impact on the environment. This has always been the case, and there's no need to change it now. It's easy to say, oh, the fishermen can just walk, or that they don't need access to the whole lake. But this is part of the whole experience and why we enjoy the area. It's commonly accepted now that we should be accommodating to those with impaired mobility. That includes the young and the old, and these areas should be no exception. There's no need to go overboard and add in roads, etc. Access is fine as it is, with perhaps a few tidy-ups in areas. But these users are not there to make a mess. They have a vested interest in protecting the area and do just that. There are areas around the lake that should be protected, and this can be done without restricting access. There've clearly been issues with water quality in Lake Clearwater in particular. Restricting the application of fertiliser in the area has been positive, as is the recent restriction on long drops. It's important we continue to understand what is having a negative impact on the lakes, and from my understanding, the fertiliser and effluent from long drops can take many years to reach the lake edge, yet we don't understand how much improvement we will see from these initiatives. Will it make a significant difference or only be minimal? It's important to understand, and further research is key. It would be great to see further research and communication with users around what is learned. It's amazing how much traction you can get with the buy-in of the users who have a vested interest. I just ask you, lastly, please make sure that you take everyone along for the journey and work with them. And it's good to hear a couple of submitters before talking about the openness of this process. And just ensure that rifts don't develop between users, because most users here actually aspire to very similar outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, my question is to you, and I would like to explore this with you a little bit further. You talked about coexistence. Now, we have seen in many of the submissions, one or two of them anyway, photographs of motorbike tracks and four-wheel drive tracks and car tracks through some of the natural stream and waterways and that sort of thing. Now, if I did that on their lawn here in Ashburton, the police would be called. If I left a donut or a deep track. What you talk about coexistence, can you explain further what you mean in this particular area? So I've given the example of what would happen here in Ashburton. So it's on public land or dock land or whatever up there. What should happen under your coexistence, in your opinion?
Well, at the moment, if I use motorcycles and four-wheel drives as an example, they have nowhere to go. If they want to go out and have a bit of fun, there's nowhere to go. And what that's resulted in is a lot of them using a lot of the tracks that, for instance, the fishermen use. Driving around the back of Lake Clearwater, where I've seen some of those photos you mentioned before, there's areas there that have been ripped up, and some of those are behind areas which are signposted, to make it very clear that users shouldn't go there, but they do because they have nowhere else to go. By at least designating some other space up there, and I think it was the submitter second before last spoke about it. There's piles of land up there. We can move them away from the lake edge. They've got somewhere to go. They can go along and do their thing. Not everybody's into motorbikes and four-wheel drives, but some are. Whereas some of us, and particularly ourselves, use the tracks up there simply for access to the lake edge. We drive around, we pull out the fishing rod, we have a fish, spend a few hours there with the kids, and then turn around and go back. That's not what's causing the damage up there. What's causing the damage are these other users that have nowhere to go.
Okay. Council has assisted the development of, this is my last question to you, motorbikes and BMX and mountain bike tracks here in Ashburton. So should we actually build or allow other facilities in a natural area such as Camp and Clearwater for them, seeing that we've actually assisted here in the Ashburton town? It's just a question that I raised myself. So
the district's a large area, and a lot of people that are up there have motorbikes, four-wheel drives, for example, to allow access to go fishing, but they don't just go fishing. They like to do other things. Okay. For instance, what's happening at Ashton Beach, which is submitted on down there, I think it's a great initiative. It's a good way to designate a space, keep it separate, keep those people happy, and allow the other users, close by to get on with what they do. It reduce the damage. It keeps people happy, and if we don't have those users, then who looks after the place? It's the users that are picking up the rubbish. That are, I think it's next weekend, the weekend after. There's a exercise clearing wild pines up there, and it's be these same users that are up there doing that work. If we drive them away, we won't have the volunteers for that sort of work.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question sort of is very similar, really, to Angus's, Rob, if I can. you mentioned that you drive around the lake with the kids and do a bit of fishing, and that the impact on the environment is minimal for what you're doing. But I'm wondering, are there more and more people doing that same thing? So is the accumulation of the visitor numbers doing that, is that making any difference, or do you think most of the big tracks and the divots and everything else that we've seen is due to these these recreational sort of?
I think a lot of your people that are up there fishing and that sort of thing, those numbers aren't growing, those sort of users aren't growing, and those tracks that are there have been there for a long, long time. I've spent a lot of time up there in the last 15, 20 years, and those tracks, a lot of them are actually in better condition than they were when I first went up there. But you do see more and more, particularly four-wheel drive users up there, and they're obviously looking for ways to get away. And if you're around the back of the lake, there's very few people there, so it's a space they can get away.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Rob, for your well thought out submission. Just a couple of questions observed. You said in your submission, don't exclude anyone from up there, and that's fine. Yet around the buildings, more buildings, you say no more new buildings. So you sort of are excluding new people because there is land available for more buildings, as we all know. But it's not just your submission, but the theme comes through from the hut holders who are there. No more buildings. Now that's excluding new people from coming into building a new batch. So I'm just trying to put the two together. Don't exclude anyone, but no more new buildings. How does that work?
Well, I mean, if you were to head up there this weekend, you'll find that there'll be a lot of those batches empty. So I don't think I accept that there's nowhere for people to go. People can rent batches up there and get up there. I don't think there's a huge demand in that respect. I think a lot of people would like to build batches and extend the area up there, but you've got to be mindful that the environment can only cope with a certain number. We've talked a lot about long drops in particular. The more people you've got living up there in those buildings, the more impact you'll have on the environment. And of course there's a tipping point. I'm not sure if anyone knows exactly where that is, but it's there, and we need to be mindful of it.
Yeah, sure. Good. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Lovett.
Just going back to your tracks, I was up there 2 weeks ago, and we're trying to drive around the track at Lake Clearwater. I guess it's a fisherman's track. Would you like to see, and it's very, very rough. We only went a certain distance before turning back. So you would like to, that's a fisherman's access, and thinking of mobility issues with people driving, would you like to see a permanent track kind of levelled off, made through that's going up the hill at, I think it's the eastern end of Lake Clearwater?
Well, since I've been going up there, that is actually a new and improved track, significantly better than what was there before. So I think to an extent that's happened. But I mean, it's a pristine environment up there. You've got to be careful that you're not creating a situation which is taking away from the environment. If you've got a decent four-wheel drive vehicle, you can drive around there carefully without any trouble at all. I mean, you're not going to be able to allow access for everybody, but for instance, if you've got mobility issues, you're restricted at the moment to a very small part of the lake, pretty much directly by the camping area, or if you want to head down that track before the outlet stream, there's some areas there. That's a relatively small lake edge.
Yeah, and just looking at Lake Camp down the bottom eastern end too, there's a lot of rutting in it and big hollows and stuff, sort of like people driving up there having issues trying to get in there because of all the rutting and yeah.
Down there, I mean, look, I don't spend a lot of time on Lake Camp. It's a lot more difficult for fishing, so I focus my attention on Clearwater. But yeah, it is a mess down there in places.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Hi Rob, you didn't mention this in your submission, but just wanted your views on whether or not dogs should be allowed up in the lakes area. Just probably following on from sort of, being inclusive and the different users, etc. Do you have a view on it? You can pass
not really. Not really. Look, there's, if you allow one, you allow them all, and you don't know what you're going to get up there. I mean, most dogs are fine, but it only takes one to take off down and the lake edge when there's nesting birds, and and what does that do? 90% of dogs will probably be fine. But where do you end? Look, I'm not supportive because I don't know what you would get up there. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Falloon.
Thank you. Thank you for your attending upon your submission, Rob. Question I have is, you've been up there for a good number of years now. Have you noticed any degradation in the Lake Clearwater quality of the water?
Yes. Yeah. Look,
and what are your thoughts on how that can be improved?
Look, I don't. I guess this was something I asked at the open day up there, is do we know where we're at in terms of long drops, fertiliser, working its way? I mean, it can take decades sometimes to work its way through the land and into the lake. I don't think, or no one was able to tell me whether we're at a point where we know that, hey, we've actually achieved something significant here and we'll see the benefits of that, or whether we're still going downhill. I think that there needs to be a lot of research into understanding that. But particularly in the last 2 or 3 years, visibility in the lake has deteriorated quite significantly. You can only see fish from relatively close to the lake edge, where we used to be able to stand up high and see a long way out. So definitely in terms of the coloration, it's definitely deteriorated the last couple of years.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rob, just a question. You want to have the village estates, and I can understand that. I like the way it is. I don't have a badge, but I like to buy one. How hard is it for me to get in?
Oh, I've seen for sale signs up there consistently for the last few years, so there are definitely.
So you can buy in if you want to.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Rob, hopefully when we get our draft plan done, we have some of the answers that you asked us for. But can I thank you for participating today? Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that.
Now call on Mr. David Easton. Yes, Tony?
Sorry, through the chair, Mr. Easton hasn't shown up, so we can move to the next speaker, the Watsons, please.
Ian and Maxine, are you ready to go?
Yep.
Thank you. Please come forward. Now, I haven't checked it out, but on my list, Ian and Maxine's submission is volume 2, page 193. Volume 2, page 193. Welcome, Ian and Maxine. The floor is yours.
Okay. We made our submission and we had quite a few comments to it. I think just if you go down through our submission on page 1, I just want to draw your attention to 1 or 2 things. I'm not going to read it out. About 15 years ago, me and Maxine were part of a volunteers that did water samples from the lake. That was over a whole season. And in that time, the water quality were excellent, except for one, when we had tremendous rainfall. So that was one thing. The other thing, if we go to number 6, what is concerned to us, there appears to be a lot of exotic grasses planted, have started to come into the top of the lake in the swamp area, and they're taking over all the native plants. Now, there's tremendous ability there for people with all these walking tracks that are all opened up, and these mountain bikes to spread those exotic plants all out through that conservation park. So that is a bit of a worry for us. Long drop toilets, we made a bit issue on there. There's been, to us, we've only been there 30 years, but in our time there's been a tremendous upgrading of toilets at Lake Clearwater. It's, most batches have holding tanks. There was a few that didn't hit the finish. The council put in new toilets, I think Doc had, you know, my time we've had 2 lots of new toilets, you know, and holding tanks, and then we have always motorhomes and those people that come up. So there's certainly been a big improvement on long drop toilets in our time being there. Freedom camping, that's where most of the issues are around Christmas, New Year period, and I think that needs to be looked at. I went to Clearwater yesterday, had a look round. I seen 4 cars in the whole settlement at Clearwater. That tells you, plus our car. So that tells you, and we know that being retired, we go up there, sometimes we're actually quite frightened some nights because there's no one there, and there's no street lights, there's nothing, you know. So we only see this problem with the environment and extra people at these times, and if you can restrict that or have some policy that do not allow unregulated people just to go up there and mess it up for everyone else. So we've been part, we're maxing and picking up all the rubbish and that. And I tell you what, some years this trailer loads it. If the kids go up there for school parties, it's the same thing. Yeah. But anyway, the main crunch of my thing is that, and we are definitely concerned about the water. And on page 5, I'll just read this wee statement. We believe that the Canary Water Management Strategy, November 2009, gives direction and actions, page 138, on what needs to be done to restore the water quality in Lake Clearwater. If this cannot be done, Lake Clearwater will join the growing list of other Canary waterways that are unsuitable for recreation. Now, I think of my submission there, but if you've got this, you've all got this little, I don't know, it's in there about clear, put a wee bit in. I don't know how many people have read that, but if you read it, should be no problem with the environment or water. So on page 2, the vision, what would success look like? Well, I'm not going to read it, but I want you people to make sure you have a good read of that. And it goes on to page 3, achieving the visions. And that's a statement there. And if you have a look at that, first order priority is the environment. So the environment under this strategy comes first, right? So you go to page 5, high country lakes. And I'll read this wee bit. Maintain natural character levels, connectivity, trophic status and habitat diverse. Now, if you cannot do that, or it's not being done, then the strategy gives actions that can fix that. And it's all here. Stock exclusion, pest and weeds, some retained planning, avoid level controls, weirs, other barriers to connectivity, catchment management, including allocation limits for nutrients inputs within particular lakes. So there we have that. I want you to make sure that you people have a good read of that, because when I read it, the alarm bells went up really, really high when it comes to the targets and the things that were met. But anyway, I just got a bit here I'll read to you, adding on to the end of our submission. I'm happy to answer any questions in that part of the submission. What just how we drink this water if it's okay. We've owned a batch at Lake Clearwater for the last 30 years. Both Maxie and I are very passionate windsurfers. We've spent a lot of time on that lake. We've also spent many days fishing from a dinghy with our grandchildren on Lake Clearwater catching trout. You could say we've had a very close connection to the water in Lake Clearwater over 30 years. In those early years, you could see deep down into the water. It was very clear. There was only long strands of healthy weed growing up from the bottom. Over recent years, we started to notice a rapid growth in weed. We make no apology for focusing on the water quality of Lake Clearwater. Your opening statement for the future of Lake Camp Clearwater, why do we need a plan? And this was the first thing it said, states, Lake Clearwater is currently in a fragile state and its water quality is declining, meaning it's at risk of flipping. Now, this should not be happening because the Canary Water Strategy is in its 13th year of operation. And at this time of the strategy, there are no excuses for the present state of Lake Clearwater if the people who are responsible for looking after it are doing their job. The Canary Water Management Strategic Framework, November 2009, is the 30-year plan for the district for working in partnership with communities to deliver sustainable outcomes for the district. The strategic framework is very clear in that the principles that must be earned, and I brought you to attention before, first order priorities, the environment. After that, as customary, use community supply stockware. What the strategy also does, it also gives goals from 2010 to 40. So over those 30 years, it sets the goals out and what we wanted to achieve in our environment, in our water, in this district. It is clear to us, because of the present state of Lake Clearwater, that these goals are not being met and the environment is suffering big time. The present state of Lake Clearwater and most of our other lakes. The Canary Water Management Statement states, ecosystems, habitats and landscapes will be protected and progressively restored, and Indigenous biodiversity will show significant improvement. Water quality will be protected. Opportunities for recreational activities will be returning and improving. This is the opposite of what's happening at Lake Clearwater. The strategy set targets for the high country streams and lakes. It will also monitor and measure those targets. So there's a whole thing in this plan that gives the direction of what has to be done and how it should be done and what should be protected. By 2015, highlight any high country spring-fed stream or foothill stream where ecosystem health is declining and rectify cause with action plans. Well, I don't know what the action plans have been, but that was by 2015. In 2015, the tropical level index was 4.5. In 2002, it was 2.5. Now, 2.5 is good, 4.5 is poor. 2007, the first spike, it went at 4.5 to poor. So in 2007, we knew there was something wrong with the water in Lake Clearwater. The visions of the Canary Water Management Strategy states, what would success look like? Desired outcome of the strategy is to enable present and future generations to gain the greatest social, economic, recreational and cultural benefits from their water resources within an environmental sustainable framework. If the strategy is successful, the following features should be evident within 10 years. Now, it's 2019 now, so what that would mean 2019, but remember we're in the 13th year. Some of the desired outcomes, people will feel they've been treated fairly. That's a pretty good statement. There will be a high level of self-audit, self-management and compliance. Action will be targeted on the minority of non-compliance. By 2020, tropical level index 4.5, the water's in a poor state. By 2020, the strategy states all foothill rivers, high country rivers and lakes to be either in good ecological health or better, or showing an upward trend. For Lake Clearwater, other high country lakes, we're showing a downward trend to the extent that the lakes could flip over. If Lake Clearwater gets another toxic bloom, and that cannot be controlled, what are the risks and how serious this could be to people that use the lake for recreation? The risks are high, very high. Raymond Pink, Medical Officer of Health, Canterbury District Health Board, states that the blooms are caused by nitrogen and phosphorus. So he's quite clear about what caused that. If the water is cloudy, discoloured, or has small goblets suspended in the water, avoid all contact. What is the effect on people? Exposure to high levels of toxins from Canary bacteria may result in serious illness and death in humans. Serious effects. serious effects. What it does in terms of humans, it's serious because the effects such as liver damage, these toxins have no known antidotes. So if you get in that lake and you get some of that stuff in you and you get things, then it gets to your liver. In extreme cases, there's no antidote for it. The summer of 2020 was a disaster for people who wanted to use the Ashburn River catchment for recreation. Lake Clearwater started with the algae bloom. The outlet water flowed down into the south branch of the Ashburn River, then down past the townships of Mount Somers and Ashburn, then onto the sea at the river mouth. There were signs all down the river to the mouth telling the public to avoid contact with the water. Fish and shellfish can concentrate toxin and should not be eaten. If you have contact with water that has a toxin algae bloom, the risk is very high. These natural toxins, known as cyanotoxins, can be a threat to humans and animals when eaten or licked, or when water containing toxins is swallowed. The conditions for when they can become toxic is not well known or understood. The levels of toxicity can only be determined by laboratory testing. This can take up to 7 days. Like Lake Clearwater, it might have taken 10 days, but the lake was out for a long, long time. And then they found that it wasn't as toxic as what they thought. This is why it's safest to treat all blooms if they're toxic at all times. We acknowledge the need for a 30-year plan for the Clearwater Village and surrounding land that Ashburn District Council owns or manages. And in the first part of our submission, which I didn't read, we made quite a lot of comments to things that we were concerned of. We already have a 30-year plan for the lake's environment based on calibration and integrated management that will maximise opportunities for the environment. The plan was developed on behalf of the Canary Mayoral Forum, of which Pete O'Malley, past Mayor of the Ashburn District Council, was chairman of the steering committee. We believe that the Canary Water Ministry is nothing short of a disaster as far as the environment is concerned. The plan has simply not delivered. The plan states by 2020 all foothall rivers and high country rivers or lakes either in good ecological health or better. The big question is, why has this happened? And how will your plan achieve what the Canary Water Management could not deliver on? We look forward to seeing your 30-year plan and how it will deliver a better outcome for the environment in the Lake Clearwater Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, if I can. Quite early in your talk, you talked about people who shouldn't be there because they've got parties or they muck it up for other people in the village. How do you think we should be controlling that? It's a public area.
How do you think we should be controlling it? Well, I think in a lot of cases with freedom camping, and we are campers and freedom camping for the motorhome, and you shouldn't be allowed to go in there if you haven't met certain standards to be able to camp there and what you do. So if you want to control it or have some control over it, I think you need to have it more set out where people can camp and what they should do, and you should have the details of those people and the registrations of that stuff. So if they go away and leave a mess, you're right there with something to follow it up. No use letting it happen when they've all gone and let the community do it, trying to clean it up. It's the same over in, I think, the Lake Clearwater camping ground, you know what I mean? Most of the time everything's fine there, but you're not meant to camp so close to the lake. Pressure goes on, more people come, and the camping at Lake Clearwater just gets completely out of control. there's too many people who sport.
But how do we control it? Do we say there's 10 caravan can be standing there, or is it the user group going to use it, or the people with the badge? Who's controlling it?
Who's controlling it now?
That's what I want to know. Or what is the option we should be doing?
You know, obviously, the people that go and camp there, you know, that must come under the jurisdictions of your council about being able to freedom camp or camp there. So I think in some ways the people that want to camp have to be definitely know what the bounds or the thing is about when they camp there. And yeah, like we down at Lake Clearwater, you were not meant to camp in an area there that's left for the day users and that. And most people are okay, but if a whole lot of larrikins come down, there's nowhere to camp. They just go and camp where the family want to be during the day with their kiddies and that on the water. You mean, or would I go into areas where typically the locals will rig their windsurfing gear in there? So in those real days, we put out.
Yeah, I try to work out. You know, you talk about locals. So do you talk about you with your badge? Is that what you call the locals? So there are rules for locals and rules for me coming there with a caravan for a day or two.
You want to come with your caravan for a day? Yeah, there's a space reserved for like overnight people. But I'm sure if you went up there on Christchurch Show Week and that, well, I suppose those people are overnights, but you would never get a park in the Clearwater campground then.
Okay. Never. Yeah. Another, just something else I picked up as well. You've got a lot of concerns about the area, and so do I. We all do. This is the reason that the council sitting here and listening to you. And I know you're looking at the plan, the Canary Water Management Plan from 2009. Yeah, it's 22 now, and not much things being done. But what we're trying to do as council is working with all the groups. So that is ECAN, DOC, all the people, the hut holders. We try to get them all together and going forward. I know it's not been done before, but we have to go forward now. Are you quite happy with that proposal, that we're trying to work together?
Well, I've had trouble understanding you, so if I'm not clear on my answer, you can stop me, and Mixie might tell me what you said, because I've got a hearing problem. But what I was going to say, no, I most probably lost my concentration now. But in terms of the camping ground, I think this is my thing. In terms of the camping ground, it appears to us, because we've travelled all around New Zealand, their motorhome doing things, that Lake Clearwater is just one of very few little places where you can go and camp with no restrictions, or honestly, in an honesty box you'll pay $10, right? So up there even now there's 30 caravans here, might be 40 or 50 at Christmas time, and those caravans stay all year, the local ones. Now they've got the best spot. It's like we own a batch up there, and we pay you guys rental to have our batch there. These caravanners are getting a pretty cheap goes to store their caravans just to go and use them the weekends. And if we, when other people come, sure, we've got some ground for them to camp on. But I did have difficulty following your whole question. So.
Okay, well, the question, we try with council, with hut holders, with ECAN, with DOC, all the parties who are involved there, because it's, there's all different areas, different owners, if I can call it like that. So what we're trying to do is getting all those owners together.
Councillor,
and I help you with something like that.
Sorry, Councillor, can we please have a question?
Pardon?
To Mr. Watt, can we please have a question?
It is the question I've got.
To explore his submission, please.
I did. I just repeat what I was asked before, what was not heard. So are you quite happy that the 5 or 6 parties trying to work together to go forward?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that should happen in everything, really. That's part of my talk to you will be when I'm representing, say, the rivers. That is one of the things of how we, say, the rivers should see it, should see it be happening up there. That collaborative approach to everyone using the area and looking after it and everything. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Lovett.
Yeah, just going to your Mayor's Forum, their plan here, and we've got 2 lakes up there. One's more recreational and one's Lake Clearwater, the other one, the fishing and the natural. And in the Mayor's Forum, you know, it talks about removing all the willow trees and other trees and stuff. Do you think Lake Clearwater and Lake Camp should be treated differently because the boaties and people need shade and the willows look beautiful? Do you think, you know, we should destroy that and just take everything out and leave them just bare lakes, or what's your thoughts?
Are you talking about the trees?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Look. I've been to Lake Clearwater for a long time, and I've been involved in quite a few rescues off the lake. And around the recreational area at the waterfront, we can only go and launch and not launch there. Now, the biggest safety factor you can have is to people who are in that area to have full vision of the lake. Because when it's windsurfing and strong winds, everyone looks out for one another. Kiddies, they're on weed tubes and that. There's a big tree there at the moment. They can disappear around the corner and you don't know where they're gone, right? So if you can actually see everything, people like me, Maxine, will pick up straight away. And I was windsurfing down that lake all by myself one day waiting for the southerly to hit, and it hit. And I got on my windsurfer and went out. And I was a bit out of my depth. I had a new board and didn't know. But that night, a girl came into the camp, and the kids had got in trouble with their kayak. The lady was trying to wave me down, couldn't see her, too far, because don't hear anyway, got a helmet on, all the gear. The little young fella died. We had to go and get him next morning in her boat. Now, I never seen it. There was only three of us here, me and Maxine, and those 2 people. But you've got to be able to see, and I would like to see those branches that hang over Lake Clearwater that stop that vision right by the entrance here to be trimmed back off the lake.
Campground.
Yeah, by the campground. I wouldn't like to see the trees go. They provide a lot of shade for families and kiddies and that when it's very, very hot.
So Lake Camp, I was just talking about Lake Camp. It's got a lot of lovely trees. Yeah, what's your thoughts on that one?
I would like to see those trees there
retained.
Lake Camp, yeah. You got to remember, Clearwater gets extremely hot if there's no wind. It gets extremely hot, yeah. So people who want to take their kiddies and that to the water, they definitely need shelter.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Ian, for your submission. And in you talk about generations 4, 5th and 6th who have been using your batch up there of your family, which is great. And I'm just thinking about the other users up there too of that area, and I'm thinking of the farmers now in particular. They've been there for 4, 5, 6 generations as well.
Yeah.
And all got on well together over the time. But something's happening with the lakes, which we do know. They've only been doing what they've been allowed to do and encouraged to do with 10-year review, etc. So they've been breaking no laws, and if they're the cause of the problem, if they are, what do you see as a solution? Because they've been doing what they were advised or encouraged and said they can do. And the people do exactly the same. So I'm not going to put blame on anyone, but what is the solution?
Well, for a start, you've got to identify where this phosphate nitrogen's coming from. That's number one. So that may have been done. I don't know. We've been left in the dark about that. There's some talk about that it could be coming from old sites within the lake, and then the lake gets a bit discoloured or gets sediment and the water gets dark, you mean, that phosphate comes out and it can take over, you mean? And then it has excessive growth of plants, whereas normally that is a normal, apparently, type of ingredient in the lake that it needs to survive on. Going back to the farmer, I would not like to place any blame or say anything that was there, but it is very clear and obvious that the problem started in the lake started about 2002, and how this water quality started to go. A lot of us would never have known that because we just went out to windsurf. We didn't bother to look at the tropical states with on the things and that. So it came as a great concern to us until we noticed the weed growing excessively in hot weather, right? So you got to realise, I think you've got to realise that there's been a lot of intensification on that farm up there, and we noticed the contractors going up there with huge drills and discs and everything else up there. If the guy is only putting on the required amount of stuff, that's fine. But if you go back to this document I've given you here, and you have a look in there, and something like that happens, it gives directions on what you should do. And if that source is coming from the farmland, you have to identify that. And I don't know whether we have yet. I definitely know that those exotic grasses have most probably come from there, that have come down onto the top of the Lake Clearwater swamp. So, yeah, you know, if he's not doing anything wrong, that's fine. But if our lakes are going to get polluted and get to the point of tipping over, and something to do with global warming, well, we've got to leave no stone unturned to make sure we know what we're dealing with, and that doesn't happen if we can do it.
Yeah, we do know the farmers aren't doing anything wrong. They're adhering to those plans. They have farm environment plans there which get monitored every whatever, and they are adhering to them. So,
so what
we don't know what the solution is, though.
Do you know what the status of Lake Clearwater is right now? Like, they seem to hide these figures or keep them away from you. It's about 2 years out before the public can have a look. So, since it nearly flipped over, or where we had the algae bloom, you know, what was the tropical state of it then? Like I know 4.5 is the highest. Has it gone to 5, or has it got to 5 now? If it's going back, and we're getting on top of it, well, then we know. But a lot of windsurfers didn't know that we were really windsurfing in water that was not of good health. You can get a thing like a duck itch that can get in the lake and get in your wetsuits. And that will come with windsurfing and when the lake's very warm and hot. Some people that are allergic to have to cut their wetsuits up and find new ones.
Okay.
But anyway, I don't know. If the farmer's doing nothing, that's good. You have to, we most probably have to, you know, I've got no evidence or proof of it. You, being a farmer, most probably have, but the wider community needs to know that. Otherwise, they get a false impression of what's happening. But definitely what Dr. Pinker is saying, it comes from nitrogen and phosphate. And how that has got in the lake, or whether it's an old site that's being reactivated, you know, we've got to find that out. Otherwise, we can't do anything about it.
Okay, Councillor Falloon.
Thank you. Thank you, Maxine and Ian, for your submission. 2 questions. One, I know you're a keen fisherman, Ian. Have you noticed the fish stocks in Clearwater have dropped since the increased level of pollution?
Have I known the what?
Have you noticed a drop in the fish level stocks of Lake Clearwater?
Honestly, I do not go to Lake Clearwater to fish much. I do enjoy some dry fly fishing, but I just do that in a very relaxed manner. So, and I just like taking my fly ride, walking out around the lake, the right time of the day, sitting on the tussock and just watching for rises. But what I would say is that, and I've got that in a bit of my submission to Save the Rivers, is the lake was so serene when this algae bloom got in it, you'd never seen a fish rise. You thought they'd gone. You know, like there was not a rise of fish. I was surprised that people even started to catch a few fish after in the next season. But so there's not a lot of fish in Lake Clearwater. It needs stocking. It needs restocking. It's always been done that in the past, as you well know, with your knowledge as well, back in Brian Strange's day of the acclimatisation side and that. So the fishery is only a hardcore wee group of local people that fish seriously. So you'd have to ask one of them. Greg Blake would be the one to ask, him or Elaine. They fish quite intensely that lake. I have not got that knowledge.
Okay. Second question is, a number of submitters have submitted that four-wheel drives driving through the outlet of Lake Clearwater have led to a reduction in the level of Lake Clearwater. Have you noticed that in your time since you've been there?
They've noticed a reduction in the
level of Lake Clearwater.
I don't know. They could do. No. Lake Clearwater will fluctuate. Sometimes we can drive our windsurfer straight up over the bank on the grass. The fin stops in the water and we can walk off. Other times we've got to walk out 1 or 2 metres. So it does fluctuate. But I do know that someone builds a groin there. I don't know who does it, and that looks as though it appears to be to keep the water at a certain level. I've windsurfed in Lake Clearwater when it's been extremely low, and in places it's extremely dangerous. And I've had 1 or 2 mishaps myself, because, you know, if you're not aware of where those places are and that, you'll catch your fin or you'll get tumbled off your board. In extreme cases, which I had once, you'll damage a lot of equipment.
Okay, Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you for your submission. I'm enjoying learning from all the local knowledge that's coming into the room today, but I've visited there since I was a teenager, but nowadays I like to get up there with my camera. I'm not an on-the-water person, but my questions are around the camping ground, and I was there 2 weeks ago, and I was quite surprised how many caravans are still there, and all those ones parked right down low by the lake. So do they all vacate the premises for the winter?
They take them away.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they know there's no caravans allowed to stay over in the winter at all. And 90% of those caravan sites, they're the same people using the same site every year.
And so they're paying a season's fee to be there?
They're paying a fee of, I don't know what it is now, but it used to be nothing. It might be, is it $200?
$200, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a lot for 6 months, you know, 8 months of having a caravan there. It's nothing like the Rangatata camping ground or anything like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian and Maxine, for your submission. I think you answered all questions. Very good, thank you. Now call on Save the Rivers, Keith Gunn, and councillors. The submission is in volume 1, page 13. No, sorry, 125. My apologies. Keith, the floor is yours, sir.
Cool, thanks. You've got a lovely mask, don't you? The masks, aren't they nice?
Oh.
Really enjoying them.
Keith, could I please suggest that you move this microphone a wee bit closer?
Closer to the mask?
They suggest a thumb and a finger like that.
There you go.
To the mouth is what their chief executive
Right up by the mask.
That's cool. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Keith Gunn. I'm here to represent a group called Save the Rivers. A brief background on Save the Rivers. We were formed in 1981. Some foundation members remain in the group. We're focused on protecting the waterways in our region. I'm very proud of the knowledge and resolve our members have. 3 of our members were described by the Environment Court Judge Jackson as expert witnesses at their evidence at the Rangatata Water Conservation Order hearing, and it was accepted ahead of paid opposing consultants. It was accepted ahead of paid consultants on the other side. If our name Save the Rivers was our mission statement, it might be thought that we have not succeeded, given the deterioration of our rivers over the past 40 plus years. Unfortunately, now we maybe should consider a name change to Save the Rivers and Lakes. Many of our members are of an age where we are motivated to lobby for the health of our waterways, not for ourselves, but for future generations. Ian Watson is also presenting for Save the Rivers/Lakes. Ian is one of our foundation members, astutely described by Judge Jackson as an expert angler. I think it's likely that Ian has spent more hours fishing than anyone else in our district. That could be challenged by Matthew Hall and Martin Baker, who are both also members of Save the Rivers/Lakes. Ian is a very passionate and wise person. His observational skills are amazing. Can I just grab a drink because I'm dying with this mask. And glasses make it even better, don't they? Yeah, I know, thanks. I recall fishing with Ian at the Rakaia mouth. He commented to me that a fresh had come down the river. I couldn't see any change in colour of water, so I asked him how he knew. It was because he had noticed feathers drifting by. They'd been washed down from the edge of the river in the headwaters as the river rose. Smaller sticks were likely to follow, and they did. He's got exceptional observational skills, Ian. In February, this is important dates for us to remember, in February 2020, Ian told our members, because he'd been up at the lake, about exceptional weed growth in Lake Clearwater. We emailed ECAN, alerting them and asking them how much monitoring was being done. They did not respond, but that's probably due to COVID, or possibly. So we emailed ECAN again in December 2020, questioning them on weed growth and nitrogen monitoring. Late in December 2020, as you all know, Canary District Health Board issued a warning about toxic blue-green algae in Lake Clearwater, advising people and their dogs should not come in contact with lake water or the algae scum. November 2021, we emailed ECAN again, asking what they were doing to prevent nutrients getting into the Ashburton backcountry waterways. That little discussion, hopefully I've shown that Save the Rivers / Lakes has been a problem, has identified the problem in the lakes early on, and also how knowledgeable Ian is. I recommend you take notice what Ian says to you. I, on the other hand, have none of Ian's observational skills and a poor memory. My wife keeps telling me that, so it must be true. But I do have a science background, so let's do some science. Let's learn about flipping lakes. You probably thought we've done enough about COVID and floods and 30-year plans. Now we're talking about flipping lakes, but it's important as well. Increased nutrient and sediment can cause a lake to flip from a healthy vegetative ecological state to another more degraded state. In the natural condition, our lakes are dominated by submerged rooted plants called macrophytes, which keep the water clean by reducing wave action and stabilising sediments. When nutrients and sediments are allowed to build up in lakes, there comes a point when macrophyte growth increases that causes reduced light to reach the lake bed, and submerged macrophytes become outcompeted by algae. It's phytoplankton, which usually is buoyant and floats or goes to the top or on the column rather than being routed to the lake bed. At that stage, the lake then flips into an alternative undesirable ecological state where the water is turbid and algae rather than macrophytes dominate. Once it's flipped, it's very difficult to reflip a lake. And this is important even if the inputs of sediment and nutrients in the catchment have been reduced. Now this is a wee bit theoretical for you, but we'll go. Part of the natural resistance to reflipping comes from the legacy effects of phosphorus bound in the sediments previously deposited in the lake. So there's phosphorus already in the lake, it's in the sediment, and it's just sitting there not acting. This phosphorus can be released if the water column above the sediment becomes low in dissolved oxygen, called anoxic. So once the lake is dominated by algae, an unfortunate cycle begins. The algae growth increases, it's called an algae bloom. Eventually that collapses and sinks down to the lake sediment. This produces low oxygen conditions in the sediment, so phosphorus is released. The phosphorus encourages algae growth and it starts another bloom to grow, and you know the rest. You could call it a bloom and bust cycle. It keeps repeating and the lake doesn't get back to a healthy state. Remember, this cycle continues even if fresh nutrients are stopped from entering into the lake, so it's pretty scary. Lakes are flipped in the Waikato region. An organisation called the Waikato River Cleanup Trust has worked hard, and this is quite important for council, I think, and spent many millions of dollars to explore ways to prevent the release of phosphorus from sediment in their flip lakes, and that's been without success. Our lakes, hopefully it is obvious that preventing our lakes from flipping should be an immediate priority. Preventing nutrients coming into our lakes now is key to trying to stop them from flipping. It needed to have been done yesterday because there is a likely slug of elements currently leaching their way down the catchment and into our lakes. We welcome the move from long drop toilets to holding tanks in Clearwater, but there are clearly other sources of nutrient entering that lake and from surrounding catchments to our other lakes. We also welcome the recent more intensive testing of the water at Lake Camp and Lake Clearwaters that ECAN is currently now doing. So how do we measure the quality of our lakes? LAWA, which is Land, Air, Water, Aotearoa, they collaborate with 16 regional councils and unitary authorities, Cawthron, Institute, Ministry for the Environment, Department of Conservation and Statistics, so it's not fake news. This is legitimate data. They've collated data from regional councils on aspects of water quality in lakes, and I've used their data to illustrate the quality of lakes Clearwater, Camp, Emma and Heron. Hopefully if you've got some graphs, did you get some graphs given to you at one stage? No? Yes? Okay, so that, thanks Mel. That's it, coloured graphs, yeah, that's it. So the data that's on the graphs, I'll explain what that data is about in a minute, that's come from LAWA. So one aspect of water quality is the submerged plant indicator on your graph, it's SPI. The SPI indicates so just a bit of jargon coming up folks. The SPI indicates the ecological health of a lake expressed as a percentage that compares the amount of desirable native plants present with the amount of undesirable invasive plants. So the higher the percentage, the better the ecological health of the lake. So it's playing good guys, good plants against bad plants. Another aspect of water quality is the trophic level index, and that's labelled TLI. That is a score calculated by combining 4 water measurements: total nitrogen, total phosphorus, water clarity and chlorophyll. Now the reason they measure the chlorophyll, it's an indicator of how much algae is present. The lower the score, the better the condition of the lake. Okay, now if we check out those graphs, I have got some other graphs. I wasn't sure if in my previous life I never trusted things like data shows and stuff like that in case they didn't work. So I have got some spare graphs so other people would like to take a squiz at them. Thank you, that's kind of you, thanks very much. Okay, so if you cast your attention to the graphs, yeah, I think you've got those ones. So I just wonder if any other public wanted them. That's all. Yeah. I just. It's a bit boring without the graphs in front of you. Thanks very much. Okay, so if you take a look at the graph, the top graph showing the percentages for 2017, which is the most recent data that we've got. It's pretty clear that Lake Emma is in bad shape. Remember, this is LAWA data we're talking about, so it's uncontestable pretty much. And Lake Clearwater and Lake Heron, and Heron is a surprise I think, are nothing to be proud of. Lake Camp looks like in good shape in terms of its ecological quality. The lower graph is more confusing maybe, but it tells you more data, or expresses more data. The lower graph, the TLI scores, remember lower is better, over the most recent 9 years that the public has access to, are a real worry. The lines are bumpy because they haven't been tested much, I imagine, but they all show an upward trend. So if you follow each of the coloured lines, you'll find they're all heading the wrong direction. That means that they're increasing in nitrogen, phosphorus, turbidity and algae. This shows that Lake Emma and Lake Clearwater are likely to be the first ones to flip, which hopefully is a scary thought to you. Lake Emma is the worst of all lakes in both measurements of water quality, but here's the thing, here's the kicker. The council's been concentrating a lot, I think, on the effect of the huts and people around it, but Emma has got no batches, and Lake Emma has got minimal human activity on or at the edge of the lake, so it could cause the water quality to be so poor. So there must be another source of nitrogen and phosphorus entering that lake and our other lakes. hopefully the regulatory authorities, and this is with your, so what can you do about it? With your formal encouragement, I guess I'm talking about ECAN now, that if council recommends to ECAN that, and the people who are regulating, as the Mayor spoke about just a minute ago, how much, if the farm plans are being actioned correctly, maybe the farm plans need to change, and that's going to have to, so that's going to have to go back to those people who are in charge of designing the farm plans, environment plans. So our message to council is please do everything you can to stop nutrients, primarily nitrogen and phosphorus, getting into our lakes, and do it please without delay. Failure to do so may result in lakes that our lakes, which are jewels in our crown, as far as this region goes, becoming undesirable places to visit, and that could be for possible generations to come. That's the end of my formal discussion. Ian, do you want to? I'll take questions after Ian, maybe.
Yeah, Keith asked me to make a few comments, because this one? Yeah. Right. Keith asked me to make some comments for it, and because we were all busy in that, we didn't have too much contact, so I hope I haven't saying anything that Keith just said, but what I'm going to say is not going to take long anyway. It was the summer of 2019 that members will say that River started to notice a change in water clarity and excessive weed growth in Lake Clearwater. It was starting to have adverse effects on recreational use of the lake, such as fishing, windsurfing, paddlers, etc. We wrote to ECAN stating their concerns. It took months, if not a year, to get a reply. It would appear that ECAN knew about the during Lake Clearwater, but another high country boat did not want to acknowledge it to us. Because I windsurf up there, windsurfers were all starting to complain about the weed in the lake. But no one was really meant to do it, was happy to do anything, so I brought it back to our Sally Rivers meeting and we wrote to ECAN. But boy, did it take a lot of time to get a reply. Yeah, they didn't want to know. It was November 2020 that a new report clearly set warning bells about our high country lakes. Ben Curry, RDRML manager at the time, also on the same committee, made comments of the report. If we can't turn the water quality issue around, the Ashburn lakes are buggered. That's the statement he said. Ben's gone now. A very interesting statement, Lake Clearwater and other high country lakes could then be added to the list of list of over 50 other waterways in Canterbury that are unfit for water contact recreation. I personally witnessed in 2019-20 summer what it felt like to be at Lake Clearwater when the lake was shut down because of a possible toxic algae bloom in the lake. I windsurfed on the lake the Sunday afternoon before Christmas. On Monday, a press release from Raymond Pink Medical Office of Health stated the Lake Clearwater had tested positive for a potential toxic bloom. I immediately rang Canterbury Health and was told to be monitored by my doctor in case I developed symptoms. I had some symptoms, but were mild. I soon got over them, but it was a bit of a scare. In past years, I've gone out of the district for Christmas, New Year break. That year, we had windsurfing friends coming from the North Island to stay at Clearwater to windsurf. It was so disappointing to not be able to windsurf on the lake. Some people did, but we decided not to take the risk. The change in atmosphere around Lake Clearwater waterfront was unreal, surreal. There was a complete silence. You walk down there, it was silent. Look across the lake, it was just terrible. There was no chatter of children with their water toys and the things around the lake that they normally go down there for play. No windsurfers, except for a few idiots. There was a couple from North Island, they come to windsurf and they windsurfed. No paddle boarders. One lone canoeist went out in the lake, no picnics, the area was quiet, had a surreal, serene feeling. No fishers on the lake, and their boats were tubes, no fish rising. Very few birds, the lake was dirty, brown chocolate colour. The stones were covered in algae. There was black particles suspended in the water columns. It was a death-like feeling, when it should have been a happy Christmas, New Year feeling. Our mid-country rivers are a shadow of their past. so depressing. Now it could be our high country lakes that are about to join the same degraded state of our rivers. Personally, I don't think it is the local batch owners that are a threat to the lakes. If we can't resolve the water quality issues of our many beautiful high country lakes, then these lakes will be a health risk to the wider community that want to use them. The Save the Rivers group has been active for over 40 years. We believe we are presently in an environmental disaster as far as our rivers go, and it looks no better for the future of our 12 high country lakes. These lakes and rivers were once our district's treasures, if not national treasures, to all New Zealanders. We make this plea. Action is urgent. The quality of life will be so different with degraded rivers and lakes. You are in a position to do something. Please don't hesitate. Do it now. And I have a paper cutting here, and it's quite an old one, but I'll hold it up. It's about the death of a river, and that's the Ashburn River. It died in about 2001, and Brian Strange is there with it, and he's made some really good comments. I'll read a couple to you. I won't spend long. He hopes, he prays it's not too late to save the few fish that are, and not too late to save the river. Act now, he says, or prepare for the final comment, death. Now we all know what death is. You don't come back. You're gone. We've done it with Ashburn River. Don't let it happen to these 12 beautiful lakes in the high country. It's a real crime. If you think they're about, I know, I bet I'm a fisherman and things I do, I'll just tell you this briefly this week, one paragraph. One year during his early time with the Climb Society, now Fish and Game, in mid-Canary, there was a haul of 500 salmon, and on an average year, about 2,000 to 2,500 were caught, not to mention healthy runs of trout. There was even the time, he thinks, it was 72 when salmon weighed in at over 42 pounds. So, that, as I said, the river's gone. We've been trying to get it back. So the Res team were involved in the enhancement of the Ashton Side Beach thing. We went to happy with a few things, and we went down with Donna Fields and Joni Holland to have a site visit about some things. And they said to us, oh look, we've been spending a bit of time down here, but there's no one round here. What are you people trying to most probably save or getting upset about? And I said, Donna, you know why there's no one here? She looked at me and I said, look Donna, the river died 20 years ago. You know, if you come back 20 years when these fish were catching, like Brian says in here, everyone around Ashburn was running around with fishing rods on. There could be 200 people down there in the morning fishing. What Donna might still have to learn is you're going to spend all that money down there at Ashton Beach. And I went down and had a good look. And I went down the beach and there was a sign up there not to disturb the birds because they were nesting. I went down there. There wasn't one bird nesting. We've seen one bird that night, a banded doctoral, is that right? True. I didn't see it, I've seen it.
True.
But you know, when the river dies, everything else dies with it. Even me, you mean? I got real depressed after what happened to Lake Clearwater, and the birds died. And they all died out at Rangitata because no food for them. And they say they'll go somewhere else, but those birds need food close to where their chicks are. So no birds are nested at the Ashton Beach this year. All that was down there was 8,000 birds.
Okay.
So I'll leave that article for you. Some of you might want to read it. It's good background stuff to get the lady over there.
So thank you, Keith and Ian. Now I'll open it up. You right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. No worries.
You got more to say? Sorry. No. Councillors, can I just remind you that this council's comment will be in the draft annual plan as a collective. Whether we disagree or agree with it, it'll be our collective plan when we develop it. and the plan will be about camp in Clearwater, if that's okay, because that's what we went out to discuss on, and that's the plan. I'm trying to focus the councillors, not the submitters. I'm trying to focus the councillors. So anyway, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Keith and Ian. That was a great submission. And I think, I don't like to speak on behalf of everybody, but I think I can around the council table. None of us want to see Lake Clearwater flip. I have some questions with regards to the graphs, if I may.
Sure.
I'd like to understand a little bit more about the rate of change, especially for the top one with the SPI, the submerged plant indicator.
Yeah.
We've got one graph, which I think, did you say, 2017? If we did that now, that would presumably have be declining still?
Yeah, I can't honestly answer that because the source, the lower source, is quite difficult to extract, even that bottom graph actually. So the way the data is spread out is quite hard to pick bits out of it. So I chose that top graph and just concentrated on 2017 because it was the latest one.
Yeah.
So another, I guess I could have gone and done that same thing in a line graph, as in the bottom one to show trends, but that would have involved doing one for each lake.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And so, and I understand what Angus is saying about it being, you guys concentrating on Clearwater and Camp, but really it's a whole package really. If you bugger one, you bugger them all.
Yeah, we've been reading about him like in the submissions as well.
Yeah.
I have your indulgence, Angus, for just a quick couple of questions. High health Lake Camp at 65%. So that means there's more desirable native plants and over undesirable native plants that are 65. That doesn't seem high health to me. High health to me would be like 90% or 100%.
Yeah.
What is the level, and what is the level of that you would use for, like you've got poor health 35.
Yeah.
Moderate health 45, they sound pretty grim to me. And
again, the lower site, it's worthwhile going there. Council could easily go to that lower LWA site, and it's got all how the bands are separated into good, or very good. I think that one there, I didn't want to include that in my submission because it sort of drags it out a bit. But the health conditions of the in terms of the weed, the good and the bad weed, that's broken into I think maybe 7 divisions, and like the last one is completely barren, like a desert.
So Lake Forsyth would be, for example.
Yeah, it would have none in it. Yeah, it would be like 0. It would have 0 in it. Yeah, because it no good guys.
We heard from an earlier submitter that Lake Emma has flipped and then flipped back again and then flipped back again. You know.
Yeah. Sort of. Emma's always got that sort of weed problem where it goes up and dies, but it's such a shallow lake. But if you're fishing at Lake Emma, depending on the time of year of it, and also the wind conditions and whatnot, stir it up a lot. But that's a dirty lake, eh?
It's a what lake?
It's a dirty lake.
Okay.
You know, it's one of our submitters when I first came in was talking about his sight fishing, and sight fishing at Lake Emma is reduced way back. You can't basically see much more than maybe 4 metres or something.
Yeah, I think he was talking about Clearwater though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so if you've got a lot of algae in the water column, then you're not going to be able to see far. That's basically it. It's like on a day trying to look through a foggy, foggy conditions outside.
Okay, there's one really more quick question. The trophic level index, the TLI, those numbers seem very small. So ideally we'd be between 0 and 1, would we? Like, they seem low, but I don't know. We don't know the...
Really, I think that the question I was anticipating Council might ask is, when's the cut-off level? When does the lake actually flip? What number is it going to flip at? And I don't have that, and I don't know if there is a number like that.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So, I guess it's a bit like climate change, isn't it, really? You know the things are getting worse, and you've got 2 options. You can either ignore it and say, the modelers are all wrong, or you can do something about it.
Yep.
And that's for you guys. You've got the right pay scale for that. Anyway.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I cut you off?
No, you did well.
No. Councillor Lovett.
I was just looking at Lake Camp here. Is the motorboats on there actually helping the situation with stirring up, letting oxygen into the water?
I'll go in. No, don't know. I doubt it because I think wave action would be more significant to, I don't honestly know. I think wave action would have a much more bigger effect than motorboats stirring it up.
Just wondering whether the motors actually put lead oxygen would help the situation.
Yeah, sorry, I can't say.
Okay. The other question I had is there data collected on the damage the Canada geese and the black swans are doing to the water? Is there data collected? Because I know 5 of those geese are equivalent to one sheep.
Right, yeah. Again, I have no data on that, to be honest.
Councillor, to reassure you and the submitter, I pass to Jane to give you the answer on that.
Well, we haven't included it in this workshop because it's outside of the ability of this council to influence that, but there is data available on all of those lakes because of the work that the DOC and ECAN scientists have done. So separately I can forward you all of that in.
I think
you heard that answer, Keith?
I think if I can just kick in a bit, I think when the Ashburton River had so much E. coli in it, and the finger was being pointed around the place, it was at cows doing the E. coli thing, that's a poo one, and it turned out that was basically the birds contributing on the side. That was their modus operandi, to fly away, and on the fly away they jetted in some of their stuff. So that was kind of a surprise that the birds were contributing so much E. coli to the Ashburton River, and maybe there is a factor in there. Yeah.
Okay, so Councillor and Keith, we have the data on that. We've got it from ECAN.
Right, sweet.
Jane assured us. So,
thank you.
Okay. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Just a quick question on your bottom graph.
Yeah.
What has happened in 2015? Because it seems like there's been a steady increase since 2015.
Yeah.
Have you noticed any?
I think a lot of that is because they've tested it so infrequently, and it gets like a jerky kind of a curve out of it because they were only testing it very infrequently. So that could be an outlier or any old thing. You get one crop, you get one set of data that's abnormally to the rest of it, then all of a sudden you get a peak or a trough in it. So I think now that they're doing much better testing, we'll get much smoother lines, and any outlier like that would not show up.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It'd be great if you could work out what caused it to come back, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Keith, you gave us a 101 science lesson on the flipping of a lake, and it was very well done. You must have been a teacher in your past life.
Yeah.
Could you share a copy of that with us?
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
Because it was very down to earth and plain language for us to understand.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd really like it if you were interested enough to take it. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions, councillors? Keith, representing Save the Rivers Mid Canterbury
/ Lake, yep,
and Lakes.
Just Save the Rivers right now.
No, I've got a misprint here. Sorry.
Yeah, so Save the Rivers Mid Canterbury.
Yep. And Ian, thank you very much for your submission, and thank you for taking the time to come in. I now call on the Lake Clearwater Hut Holders Association, Steve Hadler. I got the right name? Yep.
Yeah, Andy Shearer.
Andy Shearer, because I thought you were Andy Shearer. Yeah.
Andy, Steve.
Steve's the big one. Right. Well, you're very knowledgeable. So, councillors, Clearwater Hut Holders Association, written submission is in volume 2, page 172. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Thank you, Angus. Mayor Brown, councillors, staff, thanks for the opportunity to come here and speak to our submission. My name's Andy Shearer. I'm a hut holder at Lake Clearwater, former secretary of the Hut Holders Association, and still a active committee member, accompanied by Steve Hadler, who is our chairman. And I'm here to speak to our submission, which has been made on behalf of all members of our association, which is just about 100% of the hut holders at Lake Clearwater, which is around about 180 of them. And we've made the submission on behalf of all hut holders, and I know a lot of hut holders have made their own submissions as well. You probably know about the Lake Clearwater Hutholders Association, but it's been in existence since the early 1960s, so that's, you know, coming up 60 odd years, which is a long period of time for an association to have, you know, survived. And what it gives us as an association is a collective knowledge and history and experience of the local area up there that is unmatched by people who have, you know, just travelled to the lakes infrequently once a year, or only recently come to the area or whatever. And it means that we have a knowledge that is an asset that the council should take advantage of in developing this plan for the area, and that we can provide background and history and knowledge that can be drawn on to make sure that the plan that's put in place is, you know, is appropriate for what has happened over the last number of decades. So we would encourage the council to use that asset, and we would love to be involved all the way along in the plan's development, and consulted with and have input to that as it develops. With regard to our submission, I'm not going to go into it in great detail because I'm assuming you guys have all read it, and I don't want to go back through it in any great detail. But I wanted to really just come here and reiterate our enthusiasm for the area, our love of the area, and to highlight the values that we see that are important in the area up there and that need to be taken into consideration in the development of this 30-year plan. The things that we really value, we've noted in the submission, but they are the natural environment that exists up there, including all the things that we see during daylight, being the mountains, the rivers, the creeks, the streams, the wetlands, the plants, but also the things we see at night, which is the unspoilt night sky, largely unaffected by terrestrial lighting up there, and it's just fantastic. So the natural environment, that's number one. Water quality, as we've just been listening to. The water quality is in decline up there, but it's something that, again, is incredibly important to all of the hut holders at Lake Clearwater, because we're seriously concerned about the degradation of those two lakes, the main lakes for us anyway, Lakes Clearwater in particular, and Lake Camp. We want to be able to use those lakes and not run the risk of getting sick while doing so. And unfortunately, in recent years, the risk of getting sick from going into the water has increased, and that's something that we're really, really worried about, because they are, as we've heard, jewels in the crown that we really want to be able to maintain. The third thing that we really value up there is the special built character of the Lake Clearwater settlement. It's pretty unique, you know, you've got 180 batches. It's a wee bit of an anomaly really these days, is this little settlement in the middle of a conservation area that has a huge history, an intergenerational history that we want to see, you know, maintained, because it allows us to enjoy the area for what it is and go up there and experience a break away from modern life, really, where we don't have cell phone coverage and we don't have electricity to worry about, and all sorts of things that create stress back in the day-to-day world. The fourth thing, and finally, is the community fabric that comes with that special settlement. Is the way that we have, Steve and I were talking about it on the way up, actually, you have young kids, you know, mixing with people in their, 80s, and sitting around at a barbecue and chatting to each other, and that intergenerational mixing and the community spirit up there where everyone chips in and helps out when there's a project on. It's pretty hard to replicate that anywhere else, and that's something we also want to see maintained. So those are the four main values. We've got the natural environment, water quality, the special built character of the settlement, and also the community fabric. Now, I started wading my way through all of the submissions that are available to read online, and I haven't read all of them because it would have taken me hours and hours. But one thing that stood out, I've read a great number of them, and it's interesting to note that the overwhelming majority of those submissions emphasise the same things that we have in our submission. And I find that encouraging, because what it indicates is that we as a group, in putting together our submission, to put through forward our views and wishes for the area, are also aligned with many others who come up to the lakes infrequently and don't have the same invested interest that we have up there. You know, we all own property up there, so we could be seen as being a little bit biased. But the values that we've identified in our submission seem to align really directly with those of people who come up on a day trip or come up to camp, you know, Freedom Camp around Lake Camp, or come to the Lake Clearwater campground. Overwhelmingly, those submissions, along with our own, translate into the things that we see as probably being what need to be the direct objectives for the 30-year plan. They are, I think, number one, to protect and enhance the natural environment that exists up there, to address the lake water quality in the lakes, particularly that of Lake Clearwater, which is in serious decline at the moment, to maintain the character, intensity and scale of the current hut settlement so that the sense of community is maintained and negative impact on the environment is minimised, and to provide spaces and amenities for all visitors to the area to be able to enjoy it without negatively impacting on the environment. So those submissions that other people have made in our own submission sort of broken down, come down into those kind of 4 objectives as I see being really important for the plan going forward. It's interesting again with regard to those objectives that I've just outlined, and with all the submissions that I read through, almost all of them prioritise the natural environment and the lake water quality over any need for further physical development of any particular structures up there. Everybody was saying natural environment, really important to us, lake water quality, really important. Not so much about developing more huts or providing more. There's maybe a few calling for more toilets and things like that, which are important, but everyone was on the same page about enhancing and fixing what's gone wrong up there already. So that directly aligns with our views as an association, and that whatever form the plan may take in its final guise, is that the special natural environment of the area must take priority over anything else. The area is so special and unique that it mustn't be allowed to deteriorate any further than it already has. And we should be making plans that try to repair the damage that's already been done and to ensure that no further damage is done to that pristine environment going forward. It's particularly true of the state of Lake Clearwater, which as a group we're obviously very concerned about, and we're not the only ones. We need to incorporate direct initiatives to deal with that in particular. I noted in the document that was sent out for having our say that there's one specific question about how we'd like to see future development, you know, at Lake Clearwater. With regards to development of the hut settlement, we as a group pretty much overwhelmingly believe that there should be no further development at the hut settlement. We've had this come up at, you know, at previous hearings, and it's not driven from a selfish perspective of you know, keeping it just for ourselves, but it's driven from a perspective of doing what we can to protect the area that is already under quite a lot of strain from human habitation and human activity in the area. The lake, as we've already seen, the environment's already suffering from the effects of whether it's us as hut holders or day visitors to the lakes area or farming that happens up the valley. We shouldn't be adding to that by adding more pressure on it by developing more dwellings in the hut settlement. You know, if you came along now, if that piece of land was completely bare and we came to you as a council and said, hey, we want to develop this development, we want to put 180 batches in here, they're going to have 200 square metre sites, there's no electricity, no sewer, no water collection, can we get a consent to do that? You'd be like, bugger off, there's not a chance in hell, right? So if we wouldn't stand a chance of being able to do it today, why would we stand a chance of adding to that already, you know, difficult situation up there? It's just completely inappropriate. And the district plan already states that in a number of places where it already says it's not appropriate for more development at Lake Clearwater. There's too much, you know, risk to the local environment to make that appropriate. So we can't turn around and renege on those things that we've already identified as being an issue to say, hey, yeah, well, let's sell off some extra sections and build some extra huts because we're going to ignore those, you know, environmental impacts. It's just not appropriate. So we would like to see that there's an adherence to those, you know, things that are already spelled out in the district plan. And we would also like to see, and we probably will be making a submission, I guess, with the district plan rules, is making sure that the development rules for any alterations or replacement of existing dwellings are in line with the requirements of the Lake Clearwater hut settlement itself, and acknowledging the small sites and the issues up there, rather than trying to drag rules from another residential section in the district plan, currently residential B, that don't really apply to the situation at Lake Clearwater. We're seeing as being a separate issue up there, where it has unique issues that need to be dealt with separately. So we acknowledge that needs to happen also within the district plan, but this whole thing going forward also needs to, keep that in mind. So on that basis, what do we think that the 30-year plan should contain? Firstly, I think actions that contribute to addressing the declining water quality, that's absolutely paramount right at the moment. As we've just heard from the Save the River guys, there's a lot of science behind that. There's a lot of people who know more about it than we do as a group. But there's a real risk of those lakes becoming, unswimmable in the near future if we don't get onto that. It needs to be absolutely number one priority.
I think I appreciate the efforts the council have put in with the holding tanks and and our own holders up there who have adhered to those conditions. I think that was a really great joint effort between the council, and also we also understand that there's a lot of politics involved in ECAN. There's a whole lot of politics involved in this water quality issue that's well beyond anyone in this room. So it's important, but I think driven by us as a group and a community and the council, I think, and iwi, I guess, are probably pushing pretty hard. I think together we can all make some changes there for the quality and the future of those lakes up at the up in Ashburton Lakes area.
Absolutely. So number one, addressing that declining water quality. Number two, adherence to the reasons and rules that already exist within the district plan to prevent increased density in the hut settlement itself. Number three, actions that protect and enhance the natural environment while providing appropriate spaces for all visitors to enjoy the lakes, not just hut holders. Number four, continued constructive relationships between all stakeholders. And there's a number up there which does make it fairly complicated to get things done, I know. Number five, actions and planning to take advantage of the collective knowledge that we have as hut holders to actually, ensure that the plan is appropriate, and also to use us to what's the word I'm groping for, to actually enable some of the plan's objectives. And number six, actions that focus on mitigating climate change impacts. So we all know that incorporating the initiatives in the plan, this 30-year plan that we're talking about to achieve all of the goals for the area will not be easy, but by working together, we believe that we can put a plan in place that will maintain the natural character of the area for future generations to enjoy, while avoiding the damage that could occur to it with further building development. That's pretty much us. Summarises what we've said in our submission. Thanks for your time and listening to us. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Andy. When you talk about no more development, do you mean inside the area that is developed at the moment? I ask because there are some spare sections there. What would you do with those spare sections?
Are you talking about the ones that are currently reserves?
Yes, they're currently inside the hut area.
Yeah, so they're currently, I think, labelled as reserves on the plan.
Okay.
And my understanding is they possibly came about because they were never built on within the time period. I don't know how or were they set aside as reserves within the settlement to start with.
Left as reserves?
I think that's what most people would like to see.
Okay.
Because they do provide an element of open space existing. There seems to be one just about on every street, I think. Trying to think of the ones. I know there's one on Diagic. I don't know if there's one on Mount Possession Street. There are a number of them around the settlement, that is correct. But the settlement is pretty dense,
yes,
as you are aware, yes, right? There are only 200 square metre sections. Everyone lives pretty close to each other, which we actually like because there aren't a lot of boundary fences. It's quite a communal place. It's very social. However, having a bit of open space on those existing spots that are reserves does allow for that, a little bit more of that feeling of openness. And I think if we went and filled them up with dwellings, that would be a backward step. Plus, it would also, add to the environmental impacts on the, you know, it might only be another 5 dwellings, but it's still adding to the pressure that already exists, which was something we want to really try and avoid.
Yeah, and they've also allowed us to put through working with council to put 30,000 litre tanks for firefighting on them as well, because it's an opportunity to store some water.
Councillor Lovett.
I'm just going to make a comment on a submitter made on the social side up there. With the hut holders and the camping ground, is there interaction between the two, or are they like two separate communities happening in there? And over the use of the hall, the camping ground, I don't seem to use it as much, or it's locked. I think one submitter said, and does that belong to the hut holders purely?
Yeah, so the hall, so the campground and the hut holders definitely spend a lot of personal friends that are down in the campground. I spend a lot of time there myself. The hall is open. So our newsletter, pretty much anyone who is involved in that campground and a paid member of the campground get involved with the hut, our fishing competitions, all these things that we put on, they get involved with. They're allowed to attend. The hall is open to them. The hall is locked for good reason, because generally we've found if it wasn't locked, we end up with tourists sleeping in there, lighting fires on the floor, all sorts of things that go on. So for obvious reasons, it's locked, and it is hard to let everybody know the combination without having people in there lighting fires on the floor and sleeping in there. So, yep, there might be a bit of a perception from some people that we try to lock it up to keep them out, but it's more to certainly not to keep the campers out, and I would suggest the majority of the time it's open to them throughout the summer.
So there's kind of two types of campers that use the Lake Clearwater campground. One are caravanners who keep their caravans up there for pretty much the duration of the summer season, and they generally are regulars. A lot of them are windsurfers who have been going there for decades and windsurfing on Lake Clearwater. And those ones that we know and have become friends with, we treat them kind of as hut holders as well. So they get our newsletter that we send out. As Steve said, they get invited to all our events. We had the duathlon, we've got a Rogaine going on, there's a home brew competition at Labour weekend. There's a New Year's party down in the hall. But yeah, the hall does belong to hut holders. We own it and insure it. And yeah, we keep the door locked to keep the itinerant campers out who might just turn up willy-nilly. We have no idea who they are. They can't get into the hall and use it for their own purposes. Those are more the overnighters or the people who are staying in the short-term camping area that's been created up there. Might only be there for 1 or 2 nights. They don't have access to the hall, but yeah, the long-term campers do.
Hut holders and campers get the ability to book the hall if they want as well for an event, for a social event. Under 100 people at the moment, of course.
Very good. Councillor Falloon.
Thank you. 2 questions. A few submitters have submitted that some of the holding tanks have been punctured. Is this by design or by accident or sources unknown?
When you say punctured, what do you mean?
Obviously got holes in.
Okay, so what, from rocks being driven into them from underneath, or?
Well, the cynic in me would say, are they having holes in them so the liquid can be drained off and the solids build up so they don't have to be pumped out so often?
I mean, it's entirely possible that someone would do that. There's no,
so do you have a policy about those sorts of things as a hut holders association?
No, we don't have a specific policy about it. It's just, I guess it's something that hasn't really been drawn to our attention. I haven't really heard of that happening, but
We've relied on builders and professionals who are putting those in to do them properly. I mean, as far as we don't condone that at all, obviously, for obvious reasons, and you'd have to look at the lake to figure that out. So, no, I don't know. I'm sure potentially it's happened. Like you say, it makes sense. I know the people that probably would know is the ones that are sucking them out, and they'll be able to identify which ones of those are, because they're going to be dry. They're not going to have any liquid in them, and take that as you want to take it, because you guys are the ones that will control that. So, yeah.
And second question is, there's obviously a dog ban up there. Everyone supports it. Any thoughts of extending it to cats?
Yeah, well, cats are a big issue up there. A lot of people seem to take cats up there to get rid of them. I mean, don't know how there is so many of it. There's a few locals that track them and capture them, but yeah, it is a big issue. I personally, I'd be in favour, but you know, we could certainly take that back to the committee.
I don't know, do people take their cats up there and keep them with them while they're on holiday up there, I guess, in their huts?
Certainly down Rangi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot
I haven't
of
seen
cats.
cats. I haven't
as
seen
far as
cats at the
pets
beaches,
up
but
there, but I think it's probably people bringing them up there to discard them is the problem. You know, they let them out of the, take them up there, let them out, and they go wild or die, one of the two.
I would imagine if I had a pet cat and I took it up there, I'd probably keep it locked inside the bitch while I was there rather than letting it roam around. I've never seen a cat out wandering around the settlement.
No.
I mean, you could extend it to banning cats, but I don't know whether it would achieve much. I don't know that pet cats are having any adverse impact on the wildlife up there.
Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Angus. A couple of questions. Who manages the camping ground up there?
We do as a hut holders association.
And you keep the fees as compensation for that?
We do, yeah. We spend that on putting it back into the local area, maintaining it, mowing.
That's fine. So caravans that park up there, are they allowed to park up there forever, or do they have to go at the end of a season then come back the following? Or?
They have to leave the area for the season. I think it ends on the 1st of May, is it this year?
The winter months.
Yeah, gone for the winter months.
Remove the winter months.
Yeah. Okay, great. The final question is, in the whole document, the submissions, they all talk about the environment, wanting it better and so forth, and I think that's what we all want. But at the end of the day, someone's got to pay for it.
Yeah.
In your view, who do you think should be contributing to the payment to improve the environment for the betterment for all?
So, in what regard are you talking
So it's going to take some monitoring. There's going to be some testing done. There's going to be people, if they've got to monitor the rubbish. They talk about the rubbish up there. There's motorbikes getting around. If someone policing. So who do you, in your view, do you think should be doing and paying for, or not doing it? That could be sorted out. Who should be contributing to the paying for that?
I would imagine that. Well, I don't know. Just speaking off the cuff, I would imagine because the area doesn't belong to the hut holders. We happen to own property up there, but it's for the benefit of all of the people of primarily the Ashburton district to use that area. That's where I guess would probably be where most visitors would come from, and therefore it probably should fall on all ratepayers. It's it's a jewel in the crown of the Ashburton district to have those lakes in that area up there. Yes, we benefit from it as hut holders. There's no doubt about that. But we also pay at least those sections. We also pay rates to to provide the rubbish collection and all the other things that go on up there. But if we want to improve the area, I think it would be unfair to target hut holders and as a group to try and meet the cost of that, because it's not only us that benefit from it. You've got 180 parties that enjoy it, but there's thousands of people visit those lakes every year that aren't hut holders.
I think the also when tourism on it's in, and it's when it was back to normal, those guys don't they put a lot of pressure on it, but they don't contribute much.
Yeah, correct.
To that area, or potentially the district in general don't contribute much financial gain to it. So, that's personally, I think something that needs to be looked at. It's more of a central government.
Yeah, I think good point. In your view, do you think a hut holder up there would get more benefit if they were contributing to rates compared to someone who lived in Ashburton who never ever visited?
Oh yeah, I think that's true of anywhere in the district, doesn't it?
Get more benefit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with rates is people say, "Oh, I don't want to. I never go to the library. Why do I have to pay my for the library charge on my rates?" I think that's just the way it works.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. It's just you can't individually target. It just doesn't work that way, does it?
No. Thanks very much. Good.
Andy and Steve, thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you for your time.
Present your submission and answer the questions. Councillors, we are running quite late, but we have the submitters that were due here at 12:10. So I call up Edith Smith and Val Clemens. At the end of their submission, we will break for lunch. Now, their submission, there's two of them. One is volume 2, page 133, which is Forest and Bird, which is signed off by Nikki and Val. Hang on, I've got that wrong. Sorry, Edith, I apologise, I think. Nikki and Edith. And then in volume 2, page 37, which is signed off by Val from Forest and Bird. So, Val and Edith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Angus. And first of all, an apology from Nikki Snoying, our Regional Conservation Manager, who wasn't able to come today. I'd like to just start off with some of the views that we enjoy so much when we go up to the lakes, and that photographers and artists come to capture and to put on their walls. It's a stunning area, and in 2007 Forest and Bird was part of a group who were proposing that the area become a World Heritage area, and so we have left, these are getting on a bit, but they've been sitting in a drawer at my place for ages. We've left a copy for each of you to have a look at, and it got onto the shortlist for New Zealand for the World Heritage Area, and then the criteria changed and it went no further. And this is an article written by Eugenie Sage, so it was done by a person who knew what she was talking about. These are the photographs that we used to publicise the district, and that we love to wander up there even on bad days. But you know, it is a stunning area. But it's not only the big things, it's not only the landscapes that are important up there. There are lots of small, exquisite things, such as these grasshoppers who, when you sit down to lunch, will do a great leap into the air and then land flat on their backs because they're not quite sure about the landing situation. The other one is a tussock ringlet, and it was really nice to see one recently when I was up at Lake Clearwater, quite close to the huts. And this one's for our new biodiversity officer, Christian, who has done his PhD in studying lizards. And that this is a very special area for the biodiversity up there. And you are part of that community, that biodiversity community up there. And it's great to talk about huts and the number of huts and sewage and so on and so on. But please remember these sorts of things as well. So Forest and Bird members have been going up to the lakes, some of them since they were tiny children, I imagine, and since have been involved with the Winter Bird Survey in June every year, when it's usually freezing cold, sometimes completely frozen up there, for over 35 years. And so DOC have amassed a really good data set with the help of Forest and Bird. We also do quite a lot of work with wildings, and we've got a wilding day coming up on the 8th of May, so if anybody would like to join us, you'd be very welcome. Now I've lost my place. We have developed some quite good skills on dealing with wildings, partly when we did the bottom left-hand corner photo there, which was over behind Lake Camp, and there was plenty of practice to be had. And we're finding that unless you're very careful with doing wildings, they will grow back, and they grow back very flat, and they're very difficult to deal with. I'm not going to talk much about the water quality because I think you have got plenty of information and plenty of good scientific data about that. But I do just want to tell you a little bit about a recent trip up there. About a month ago, I went up with a friend and we walked up the Potts River to a little gully that runs out at the bottom of the green area on the northwest side of Lake Clearwater. And as we walked up the pots, I was really, really disappointed to see sort of sinister green slime on all the stones in the Potts River. It was really disappointing to see. So we walked up to Cherry Tree Gully, and there's a lovely creek running out of that gully. And you think, oh, you know, this would be a good place to stop and have a drink of water there. But it also had the slime in it. So that's my observation to leave with you about the water quality.
Can I add a little point there? There was a reference that to the landowner, just adjoining landowner, that he's within the rules as far as ECAN is concerned. But my experience was when Castle Ridge was applying to renew its consent, the land use area, agricultural land use area, had increased considerably since the original consent of 10 kgs per hectare per year. And now, instead of it being 1,000, say for example 1,000 hectares, it's about 3,000 hectares. And we actually submitted or sent a photograph and an expression of concern about spraying of Matagari on the slopes just beyond Whiskey Creek to the planning department, and it wasn't something that could be actioned on at the time, but it was a brown landscape at the time, and now it's a green landscape. So while the neighbour is probably meeting the requirements, I think the ECAN requirements are flawed, and I would like to think that the District Council can pursue investigating that and trying to change this anomaly that's actually impacting on our lakes.
So I'd like to talk a little bit more about weeds, and particularly the Pinus contorta. And we've probably been coming back here for probably 15 years and talking about these, and you probably, here they go again. But this was taken probably about 10 years ago and is taken on the north side of the road there. And you can see how many there were at that stage. Now, it looks relatively clear now, but when you walk through there, you can see that there are more pines coming. This is something that really needs to be factored into your 30-year plan, because these seeds, we have heard that they only survive for 8 years in the environment, but with doing some work around Spider Lakes, where some big old pines were chopped down probably, 10, 12 years ago, we're still finding wildings there. So I'm not sure that the 8 years is quite accurate up here. So there are going to be continuing issues with wilding pines up around the lakes, and I see that the council is organising a wilding day fairly soon, so it'd be really nice to see some of you up there to have a go at this.
One of the things that's well, it was Nick Ledgard is a well-known forestry expert, and he's now dealing with wildings, and we were having a communication with him about wildings impacting on the adjoining land that we weed, and so our job will never be done until the wildings are, or the source trees are removed. And we acknowledge that the District Council does allow for amenity planting, no further extension of current shelter belts, but those shelter belts are those that are just keeping us, inviting people up to our wilding days, and that's on farms, and I acknowledge the need for shelter belts. But the wilding trees at Lake Camp are doing the same thing. They're not being particularly neighbourly as far as the conservation land that's adjoining it.
So each conifer can produce up to 17,000 seeds a year, and 10% are likely to sprout. And we all know how far they can go. So these are some of the remaining trees. Some are removed. I'm not quite sure why these ones were left, and this is on the eastern side of Lake Camp. And I think, as my mother would have said, they neither use nor ornament, these ones. So I think it needs another careful look at what trees are left and the removal of some more. But we do appreciate the fact that so many have been taken out and have noticed that the wildlings are dropping in number. The pines on the north side of the road, and I have driven up there when there's been snow on the road, and the snow will sit where the road is shaded by pines. I think part of the land along the north side of the road is actually designated as dock land, and again, neither use nor ornament these trees. All they're doing is spreading seed onto the conservation land. So just to change tack slightly here. Please do your best to prevent this happening in the Ashburton Lakes area. So far, up in this area, there aren't even the yellow tree lupins that we're finding that are so bad down here. But this is a photo taken maybe 5 years ago on the Waimakariri, and you can see how thick they have become along the river there. The braided river birds will not nest in such dense vegetation, and they're great cover for predators. Now, I apologise for this slightly because my map skills are not that wonderful. There are two areas here where we have found lupins, and one of them is around the huts, so some people like to have the pretty flowers around their huts. Another is down by the river. There's an old rubbish dump down there, and we were down there one day and found a patch, probably 2/3 the size of this room, absolutely chocker full of flowering Russell lupins, which we dealt with at the time the best we could, and then went back, and some of our members went back and sprayed them. So they were about 300 metres from the river. And the area just above that is an area where that's a significant bird nesting area. And I really think that this is a serious threat, and if you can get on top of it now, then it can be prevented from getting like that previous photo and like the Mackenzie country.
Just a little word here. Forest and Bird do have a working plan, management plan for the area, for various areas here, but this is a new one, which is called the rubbish dump, but it is to try to deal with the lupins. So one of our team has been down to where Lake Stream comes out to the Ashburton River, and has dealt with lupins down that far. So, and I guess there would be several hundreds. We've been treating it for a little while, a couple of years. Several hundreds of lupins that are in this marked area. So the potential to have a Ahuriri River is very real, but the concern is where that seed source might have come from. And Val will tell the story.
The patch that we found had at least 200 plants in it, and I took a flower stem home and collected all the seed out of it and counted them, and there were over 200 seeds on each flower stem. So if you think of a patch that size, that's 40,000 seeds, and being legumes, that seed will persist in the soil. So, you know, the problem is there, it needs dealing with. And I'll show you why. So this is the area where the birds nest, and it's really old riverbed and covered in moss and lichens, and it looks like nothing much, but it's a favourite nesting place for the ribble, and here's a ribble in, up at Mount Hutt. You can see the sort of conditions that they nest in. This is a banded doctoral nest at Wakanui on the beach. Poor thing didn't have much chance really, but you know, they're not great nest builders, they don't use trees. And then this one is a Saipo trying to nest in lupins, and you can imagine how much those lupins are going to grow and what chance that bird has of raising chicks. Next to nothing, really. So rustled lupins have been declared a pest in the pest management plan, and when we were up at Lake Clearwater recently, found a couple of plants growing in the wetland just in front of the huts, and when we went further up there were also some at the Potts Bridge, which we contacted the Upper Rangitata Land Care Group about, and they said they'd keep an eye on those ones. So they're around. And I think what we can do is encourage everybody who visits up there, if they see a lupin, at the very least to pull the flowering head off it. But we all have to be vigilant. We all have to learn about these things, and we all have to take care. There are a few other weeds around the huts too. And these are all on the pest lists. The stinking iris that's down by the hall could easily be replaced by a lovely big snow tussock or something. The rowans, and I think there's been some treatment done on the rowans, and ivy. So all three of these will produce seed that birds will take and spread through the conservation land. And rowans are starting to appear up in the Potts River. There's also quite a few silver birch there, and the seedlings are starting to appear on the dockland from the silver birches as well.
We regularly deal with rowan well beyond Spider Lakes, that big Fagan Downs, and out beyond Paddle Stream. So that's their source is Clearwater Preserve Land.
And if anybody wants some ideas on things that they could plant, then you just need to drop into Mount Somers and have a look at the planting up there. So, and we're happy to help too. The other thing I just want to comment on quickly is that the vehicle damage, and I think you've already been inundated with photos of this in the submissions. It was really disappointing to see that photo on the bottom right there, which shows new scars going into a seep that was going into Lake Clearwater, into Lake Camp, and I'm not quite sure how you stop people from doing this, but I think that the attitude of this council can help change the attitudes of people who go through the area.
Just while we're looking at the photograph, the graphic wheel marks sort of take our eye. And unfortunately for our native vegetation, it doesn't actually take our eye readily. It's not coloured like a lupin. But that area around the back of Lake Camp is one of the best, or it's one of two areas that actually have reasonable native vegetation growing. And it would seem to me to be an opportunity to enhance that so that when people walk around, that they can see how it might have been previously. The other site, which would you like to talk about, Val, the terrace just below the huts?
Yeah, we'll come to that in a moment. Okay, so I've got a list of things for you to do, actually, just in case you're wondering. So, first of all, by changing attitudes, by setting a great example, you know, you've got an opportunity now to set a really fantastic example of, and you've heard lots of information and lots of attitudes from other people about how much they care about this place. So I guess it's up to you now. Use the ABC's influence with other agencies to ensure that Lake Clearwater lives up to its name, and take every possible measure to prevent further degradation of the water quality. And this applies to all the lakes in the high country up there. There are something like 16 lakes up there, and they are all in danger of flipping, and some of them have already flipped. Understand the privilege of being an important player in this environment and take pride in protecting it. You know, we love going up there. and we think how lucky we are. We've got a good road to drive on now, thank you very much. And we have some really good toilets, thanks to Bert and his work, and we appreciate going up there, and I hope that you do too. I'd really like you to ban Russell lupins straight away and work with the hut holders to remove exotic weeds from the huts area. And what I would suggest is that the ADC get some of the local plants propagated and come along and say, okay, we'd like you to take your cotoneaster out, but here's a snow tussock or a hebe or something to put in its place. So, you know, nobody appreciates being told to do something, but you have the opportunity to work closely with the community who articulated their concerns very clearly in their written submissions. And continue with the excellent work done so far to implement the landscape management plan written in 2017. We love any opportunity to go up to the lakes, so if you're doing a planting day, we'll be there. Involve the community in planning and working on projects. You know, we're always happy to help. And learn about the intricacies and the complexities of the ecosystems in the area. Learn a little bit about how this area functions. Develop a walking track around the lake camp that excludes vehicles. I know it's mud, and I know people who have four-wheel drives love mud, but this is not the place for them. Plant on the slope to enhance lizard habitat. So that's the slope in front of, just behind where the caravans park. There's a big dry area there. Can you imagine getting all those families who go up to Lake Clearwater involved in developing some lizard habitat in that area? Finding some plants, growing them, and getting them in there, and then watching for the lizards. Encourage the hut holders to deal with weeds by providing information, tools and suitable herbicides, and we'd be really happy to help you with that. Encourage the establishment of a group to provide nesting areas for crested grebes. So that picture shows Lake Wanaka, where a group down there has set up some nesting platforms, and it's wonderful to see. And if you get the chance, go in and have a look at Lake Alexandrina. When we were there recently, there were 9 grebes in one area, and it was just wonderful to see them. And maybe set up a pest trapping group. Yeah, you were talking about cats. One of our members has a trapping line around the Maori Lakes, and he frequently catches half-grown cats, but they can't catch the big old cunning, I wouldn't say toms, adults. And there, I just heard yesterday there may be up to 14 million feral cats in New Zealand, so they are a big problem. So, yeah, keeping cats out is a big thing. And you know, whatever you do, we'd really like to help. Thank you.
Okay. Open for questions. Are you, Val and Edith, are you open for questions?
Yep.
Okay. Council, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, ladies. Thanks for your submissions. Very well done as usual, and good to have those suggestions too, which we can take on board. But I have a couple of questions, and I'm just thinking, in the old days when sheep were wandering around, did they used to control the weeds, or have they always been there?
Look, I would agree, because a lot of our wet wilding has happened since 2007, when the Hakateri Conservation Park. So the area by Lake Camp, I would say, by Lake Clearwater rather, that big wide area that we used to lobby about, that really came about at about that time, that the animals were removed from the area.
So solved one problem, created another.
And it did, yeah.
And my second question is, and it's in the up on the wall there. It's around the exotics and the weeds and the lupins around the huts. And great suggestion. Have you talked to the Hut Holders Association at all about informing them about it's inappropriate to have those plants there? Can you get them removed? and they may just remove them when they're alerted to the fact that they shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Have you done that?
No, we haven't, and I was kind of hoping that they would stay and listen. But we certainly can do that. But I think if the council said zero tolerance on Russell lupins, that would be a good start.
Sometimes it's easier to ask first, and then if nothing happens, then you regulate.
Well, I know there's one person up there who planted some in front of one of the huts because she liked the pretty flowers, and says that she takes she doesn't let them seed. But I do have to. No, I won't. It seems. I'm not sure that you can see a link between Lake Clearwater and the patch of lupins that we found down by the river. But there is a track that goes down past that area, and it may have been somewhere that somebody could have just easily thrown them out. But I couldn't possibly say that that's a possibility.
I see this as a really good opportunity, though, when we're looking at a plan into the future, to actually have a recommendation that planting should be locally sourced native planting to encourage a transition anyway. Because the way people have expressed their fondness for the natural native ecosystems in their submissions would suggest to me that many of the hut holders would be very keen to have their gardens transformed to native.
Councillor Camera.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Camera.
Thank you. Thanks for your submission. Just a quick question with regards to the vehicle tracks around the outside. We've had submitters this morning saying good things about them and submitters saying bad things, and the written submissions are there's both. Do you guys have a view on that? Do you think there should still be allowed to be a vehicle track around the outside? Do you think that adds something to the quality of life down there, or is it? Do you have a view?
You mean around Lake Camp?
Yeah, and Lake Clearwater. Where people do their, what do you call it? Four-wheel driving and motorbike whirly-birds and stuff.
No, I don't think a conservation park is the place for four-wheel drives. There's an area down by Buick's Bridge where people have been going up a hillside, and there are really deep scars on it. And of course, these scars take a long time to heal in this country. So no, I don't. And I mean, round the back of Lake Camp is a really ideal place to put a walk. And I know there are little kids on tiny motorbikes who go around there. I've seen them get stuck in the mud because they're trying the mud out, even at about 7 years of age. And maybe if they stuck to the track, if you had a decent track, that would be fine. But no, I don't. Personally, I don't see that vehicles have a place on this country.
Thank you.
The fishermen do have an arrangement. There is a four-wheel drive track that goes around the back of Lake Clearwater. Some years ago, some people, three four-wheel drive vehicles had a great mud plug in a very wet area. So unfortunately, when there is a track, there are the responsible many, but the few that spoil it. And it's very hard to manage that when you set up tracks, that people will always give it a go, like we've seen with the photographs from around the back of Lake Camp. It's just difficult.
Further questions? No. Val Edith, representing Forest and Bird, thank you very much for coming in. Val, that first page you had up of what you wanted us to do, can you email that to Tony, please?
Sure. Yep.
That'd be wonderful. Councillors, I did say we were going to break for lunch, but I've been passed a note to say that we have 2 submitters left. One is Stuart Fast/Fletcher, and the other is Kim Woods. Sorry, would you like to hear those before we break for lunch? It's been suggested to me. Yes. Happy? Okay. I asked if, yeah, and you guys all said yes, so the answer is yes. So would Stuart Fass Fletcher, Dash Fletcher, like to come forward, please, / Fletcher. Now, Stuart, your submission is on our volume 2 and stretches from page 107 to 120. So our councillor has just said we'll have lunch first. Okay. So Stuart, are you quite happy to present now, bearing in mind that councillors have promised me that they have read all submissions?
Either or, whatever suits you guys.
Let's do it. Come on.
Let's get it out of the way. Okay.
No, we won't get it out of the way. We will hear from you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Stuart Fletcher and Fass family. The Fass is the family name of the yeah, no, that's okay, of the hut holders of 30 plus years. The long-term plan of the future of the lake camp, I find it interesting that it is a very unique area. We go up there for hunting, fishing, cycling, walking, boating, a lot of different characteristics. What some councillors may not be aware is that there is no power, there's no standard internet. We have one official road and the rest of the roads are managed by the Hut Holder Association, generally a guy called Greg Brake. So we're pretty much self-sufficient and I think we're pretty damn responsible. The enclosure of the long drops was a good move, I think, environmentally and responsibly. Our family undertook that work about 7 years ago and had it done properly. I'm not sure about the question from the councillor about people putting holes in them. That's the first I've heard of that. My sort of focus is sort of something that was inferred that residential B zoning should be reapplied and there should be a special characteristic for Lake Camp, Lake Clearwater. I see that we've actually already got a special characteristic in a height to boundary on a recession plane of 2.7. That's a special line item within the residential B zoning. We also have small sections, and with the restrictions of boundaries, size of dwelling, setbacks, we can't actually ever get that big. I've just passed around some photos of a couple of weeks ago, and I think there might be an impression that Lake Clearwater might be like a mini Wanaka with lots of boats and lots of people and everybody flying in helicopters. Unfortunately, that's couldn't be further from the truth. No power means no luxuries, really. So we took some photos a couple of weeks ago, and again within the submission I've noted that in the high season, during a school summer holiday, we counted 5 occupied batches out of 180 odd or something, or less than 3% occupancy over an entire week. Those photos were taken, which you'll get to see in a second, a couple of weeks ago, and literally there were 11 cars which occupied 7 batches. So some people may be putting up balustrades and making their houses, or at least their huts, I should say, a little bit more convenient to themselves, maybe adding insulation, maybe increasing or adding a kitchen or improving, or maybe even putting something like a caliphant in, but we're certainly not intensifying the area. And of course it's damn cold over winter, which gets down to about -7 or 15 depending on which information you read. So I don't think there's any necessarily change to the zoning. I think that would be almost fortuitous, unnecessary. Right, as far as water quality, I agree there's an issue. There's an issue with the lake. We had the lake closed. It wasn't really satisfactory in our mind. Like I say, the family's been going there for 30 years fishing. We enjoy both lakes, Camp and Clearwater. I was supplied, and I'll make acknowledgement to Tina Bayer from ECAN. She supplied a heck of a lot of information to me in regards to dock information and also ECAN water quality testing. Now, it seems that we have a significant problem in water, and I think it's potentially farming may be
the main culprit. I've given a marked up map. I'm not sure if you've received that on your screens. We have an inflow Whiskey Stream, we have an outflow of Lambie's Stream. We have a prevailing wind of west to east, and of course the inflow is west and the outflow is east. The hut settlement settles somewhere in between. The inflow lake of Whiskey Stream, according to ECAN and DOC, has a very high phosphorus readings, and of course phosphorus comes from fertilizer. So we're effectively feeding our streams that feed the lake, that feed the plants within the lake, and then we get algae, which is no great surprise. I've also got another photo here of 2007, which shows the lake, Potts River. How our family used to bathe in that and build dams, well not bathe, I mean swim, and build dams and have a great time. In the last 10 years that's become impossible. Cyanobacteria has infiltrated that entire ecosystem, if you like. You wouldn't go near it, you wouldn't walk in it, which we discovered, just a couple of weeks ago. So we've got an interesting problem, I think, with maybe aerial spraying, maybe intensification of farming. I think the hut holders, again, like I say, have sort of taken responsibility for potentially but unproven contributors to some nitrogen possibly ending up in the lake. ECAN is still doing some underflow sort of water quality testing in that space, and that'll be interesting how that's determined. But the fact of the matter is, we've got a prevailing wind, we've got inflows and outflows, and then we've got a high nitrogen component in the western element in the swamp, which nobody can identify why. There's no human activity. It could be geese or fowl of some sort. So I think it's sort of, we're a little bit far away from making any massive decisions on what the contributing factors are without actually having more scientific research. So that covers the water quality. And my only other comment, really, environmental concerns. I noted what the forest and bird ladies said about the tide tracks and the four-wheel driving, but I think we have to appreciate that it's an area used and utilised by the majority of Ashburton residents. It's their outlet. They need somewhere to blow off steam. Okay, some of them behave a little bit differently than the majority of us, but I think a dedicated area where people can utilise their four-wheel drives and their motorbikes and their boats or whatever means of outlet, we all have lives and we like to live it. So although I don't appreciate the sound of jet boats and what have you, I do appreciate that that's an outlet for somebody, and that's life, and that's a democracy, right? So we have to figure out how to actually put these areas or designated areas, and probably in conjunction with DOC, and sort something out in that space. But the Mayor also mentioned about who pays. I think we do pay quite a lot in rates. No power, no sewerage, no water, nothing really, except a bit of, we have line items to rubbish removal, and we have line items to roading, which the main road actually goes up to Erewhon Station, and that's utilised predominantly in high seasons by a lot of tourists too. So that's kind of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Questions, councillors? Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Stuart, for your submission. That's looking at phosphate, you said some fertiliser, but there's other sources as well. And as you say in here, it's from the ground, dishwashing, water, your washing water, soap, all contains phosphorus. And if they're discharging into the soak pits they got there now, they perhaps could end up in the lake as well. So possibly there's more than one source is what I'm getting at. Farming's just not the main source, or not the only source, I should say. Nitrogen, also nitrogen's a natural thing, comes from legumes. Matagari's a legume, clover's a legume, and they're naturally out there. Also artificial fertilisers urea is nitrogen too. So just making the point, there's more than one source of fertilisers or nutrients, is the word, both natural and artificial. Do you know, and just talk about the rates, you said you pay quite a bit now. Do you know what you pay a year in rates?
700 and something thereabouts, I would think. But possibly where it's interesting with those photos, back to the intensification and usage or occupancy, some people would pay that and probably spend 4 days a year there. So if we actually had a submission with all, how often do you use it, I think you'd actually be quite surprised how little people do use it.
A lot of submissions, they say how long they go up there for, but they have the use of the facilities for the whole year. 700 is probably not a lot. No, you don't get power, but we don't supply power anyway, or council doesn't supply power.
No, other services.
We do the rubbish, we do the road, and you supply your own septic tanks like a rural person does, or not septic tanks, but holding tanks. Yeah, so just trying to put a comparison. 700 would be quite cheap compared to, say, Ashburton or for the same sort of services, but just putting that in context. So but thanks very much for your submissions. It's well put together and very thoughtful. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kim, now I must have to, I declare a personal interest here. If you want a Fairley pie, there's no need to go anywhere near Fairley. I assure you, Foursquare Netherby has them.
There you go.
Sorry, Kim.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks everybody for the opportunity to have a speak. I've made a few notes throughout the day, so apologies if I skip around a little bit. But on behalf of the hut holders, I do appreciate the engagement process that you've given us. It shows a really collaborative approach on what's probably been an open and shut process previously, or not clear process. So I think it's a really good step forward for council and for Clearwater hut holders to move forward and make a new plan. 30 years is a long time. I guess if we think about, we're talking about a 30-year plan, it may not seem like a long time in council, but I guess in an area where people spend a lot of time in their recreational environment, that can be quite a long time. I won't say a lot around lake quality or water quality. I think we've all heard enough on that today and have got a pretty clear perspective that that's very dear to the hut holders' hearts. I think what needs to happen with that is that there is a short-term plan rather than a long-term 30-year plan, and it needs to be a collaborative approach with other areas, obviously not just yourselves. There is a number of parties that need to help that plan, but I guess looking at when it was probably identified quite fully in the last 12 months to where we are now, from a hut holder's perspective, personally, I know there's probably been a lot in the background, but the hut holders haven't seen that work or understand the process of where that's come from and to. So I think that's probably something we could work on. I think another clear message that we've had today is keep it as it is. It is unique. I've been going there for 40 years with my family. It is a very dear place to a lot of people. So I guess infrastructure and development is something we don't want to see. Communication, again, is getting a lot better. I think we need to just not blame the farmers, not blame the long drops. What happened. We actually need to just put a stake in the ground and go, let's move forward. How can we move ahead from this? There's no point blaming someone. It's happened. What I did find very interesting was the piece around Lake Emma and the fact that there is no population really around there, and that it is one of the worst lakes. So I think that needs to be identified and looked into further, because there was talk around grey water. There was a question earlier in the day around grey water. I know of a batch that has recently developed the grey water in a development, and they've now got issues where the tank's actually exploding out of the ground. So I think that probably needs, if there is a view of that needs to be identified further and probably understood around how that could work for the development. Around rubbish and dogs, I think if I'm actually on the committee as well, so this is not on behalf of the committee, but individually as my family. I think if I went to any AGM or every AGM, the two things that would come up would be dogs and rubbish every year. So I think there needs to be a really clear perspective from the council on that to the hut holders to actually put it to bed, because I think it's something that's, I don't know, I remember an old man when I was about 5 and he was about 70 telling us in every other AGM ever since. So I think there needs to be a clear direction on that. There is a mixed feeling on why and how. There was a question around why it was there earlier. When I was a child, it was known because of the crested grebe that we couldn't have dogs there. As far as domestic cats, that may have been something years ago, but I'd struggle to tell you if we'd seen any cats there recently that are being brought to the area. The motorbikes and four-wheel drive chicks, they come closely behind rubbish and dogs. Yeah, you know, it is a unique place. People want to be kids. They want to be able to have recreation. All I can say is that it was a great opportunity as I was a child growing up, being able to have those opportunities, and I'd hate to see that disappear. So I think that's something the council need to think about. Children have a lot of access to technology and a lot of access to things that aren't the outdoor fresh air that we live and breathe, and let kids be kids. So I think that definitely needs to stay. The camping and the maintenance and the feeding campers that people have raised and brought about today, I take on your comment around that needs to be maintained. That's not something that's going to be done easily. Unless you've got somebody there 24/7 monitoring people driving around the lake or four driving or camping where they shouldn't be, that's something that's going to be very hard to manage. I think we need to be realistic about the fact that, you know, the people will camp where they're not supposed to at times, but if we can manage it to 90% of the time, we're doing a good job. So, and I think part of that is the way it's been managed up until now. I think the hut holders have actually done a fantastic job of maintaining the area in terms of lawn mowing, all the playgrounds, lawn mowing, the area around the lake and boat ramp, weed eating, looking after the Lake Camp area. There's a lot of volunteer work that I guess goes unnoticed and shouldn't be unnoticed, because there is actually hours and hours of work that have been put in, and that is done by the hut holders and people in the area. The open day, I think that was really great. Sorry, I'm not sure if the person that did that was here, but that was fantastic. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend, but I think that's a really good opportunity. We only have one time a year that we get all the hut holders together, which is our AGM, and I think if we were to do that once a year or whatever it may need to be in terms of development in the area or engagement in the area, I think it's definitely well warranted. And I know it's tricky because it's generally weekends and times where you probably don't want to be away from home, because that's when the hut holders are there, but I think if that's a commitment, we need to look at that. In terms of the trees and the shelter, there has been a lot of tree removal in my time that I've been here. I've been going to the lakes for over 40 years. All I can ask is, before tree removal, make sure there's something else planted that can withhold the nor'west, but give the shelter and actually beautify the area. There's been a lot of tree removal lately and not a lot of replacement that has developed and been able to help the area. I know as a child, being at Lake Camp at the other end, you get a screaming nor'west come flying down the lake. You know, I'd hate to see those trees by the clubhouse there be removed. I think that would be a detriment to the area for the skiers, but also for the actual protection of sun and shelter for people coming to the area. I guess if I look at the key things that I have to say, the water quality is number one. The communication and engagement with the hut holders is key. Yes, the long drop situation, that was a really good engagement. I think the previous engagement was finding the peg holes for the area, or the batch holders need to find that. I've never seen so many hut holders try and find their pegs or come to a working bee. Just showed the passion, and we actually ended up finding a large amount of the pegs. I don't know if anyone was involved with that, but yeah, I guess the communication needs to come direct from the council to the committee to make sure that the people within that catchment are aware of what's going on. And yeah, I guess question thrown back on the council, what does good look like for Ashburton Council and Lake Clearwater and Lake Camp for the next 30 years? That's something that the hut holders probably need to understand from the council. But thank you for your time. Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Kim, sometime in June, we should be able to answer that question.
No problem.
Hopefully.
Cool.
That's according to our timetable. Any questions of Kim? Thank you, Kim. Thank you to all submitters. Thank you to the staff that organised the submission list and have taken notes and guidance. I declare the hearings adjourned. We will start at 2 o'clock for that clock over there, working through the workshop to formulate some guidance for staff to start the draft plan. Thank you very much.